Good morning, everyone. It is 10 a.m. I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting to order, and it is January 13th, 2026. We're going to start with a salute to the flag. We have a former county employee here, Paul Liparelli. I'm hoping he can lead us in the salute to the flag.
Legally.
Join me, please. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, if we could have the roll call.
Certainly. Alexis Hill, Chair.
Here.
Jean Herman, Vice Chair.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Mariluz Garcia.
Here.
Claire Andriola.
Present.
County Manager Kate Thomas. Here. District Attorney Michael Large.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. We'll now move into public comment if Manager Thomas can help us with that.
Thank you. Item number 3 is public comment, and comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the Commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers. The Commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the Commission as a whole, and virtual public comment may be taken when facilities are available.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. If you'll please help us with the public comment.
First up, we have Jan Galasini, followed by Tammy Holdstill.
Good morning and Happy New Year.
Good morning.
Chair, last year you challenged county employees to donate, and the clerk's office for the last 20 plus years has sponsored the Silver Sleigh Award. So I'm very happy to present that there were 15 departments that participated this
Wow,
year.
that gives me chills.
So in 24, there were 8 departments at $7,000 donated, and this year, or last year, there were 15 departments for over $12,000.
Incredible. Wow. And that's your leadership, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
So with that, in my office, Jessica Melka was the one who spearheaded all of this and got in charge, or got in touch with all of the departments and worked with the food bank and made it so successful. So if I could have representatives from HSA and public administrator come forward. I mean public guardian. Sorry. Public something.
Wow.
So the donations were all collected at the food bank, and depending on the number of FTEs, it was by full-time employee, the donations. And so the public guardian, who might have a very competitive leader, was winner again, so they get the Silver Sleigh Award.
Woo! Incredible.
And so the plaque has the winners from all the past years. We've done it so many years, we had to get a new plaque, so this year.
Wow,
And then
beautiful.
the Human Services Agency, they have 449 employees, so, you know, it's a lot of employees, but they collected the most amount of money.
Wow. That's amazing.
So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think Candy wants to take some pictures, if y'all will stand together. I want to take one together.
We good.
Thank you so much.
That's amazing. I think it shows how much our employees care about this community, and we continue to step up in really tough times. So thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for your leadership on that. Next, public commenter.
Tammy Holdstill, followed by Terry Brooks.
Thank you.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Tammy Holdstill for the record, representing District 5. Later on today, you are going to be looking at changing seats. And District 5 has not had a chair for over 12 years. And again, it looks like you are going to pass over District 5 again. I think that is a very disrespectful way to look at a district. I do not appreciate it, and I know District 5 does not appreciate it. It's not proper. It's not proper to our commissioner. I think it shows a lack of response from you as a commission. She is senior on your board. She has been here the longest. She's also a senior, and it shows ageism, I think, on your part. So I think when you guys go back to deliberate, I think you should think again before you guys make any decisions. Because we've been watching for a very long time. And I think you guys need to look very deep before you make any decisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terry Brooks, followed by Heidi Soper.
I'm in the commission meeting.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And today I'd like to render on the act of discrimination when it comes to economics and gender. There was a time that only men were allowed to own property. At that time, women were not allowed to own property. And at that time, only sons were allowed to inherit property, but daughters were not allowed to inherit property. At that time, women were not allowed to own real estate, so it kept getting passed down for only men to dominate. And even though women made up more than half of our population, they were still limited to access to certain kinds of occupation. It used to be that women would have jobs that men did not want to do. But now women have a lot of jobs that a lot of men have too. But even when women got such jobs, they were paid less wages. Things have improved a bit through time, going through small step stages. When women would get paid less than men, it was hard to make a living when both men and women had the same costs of living. And by making less money for a living, women were less likely to own a business, while men making more money were more likely to own a business. And by owning their own business, men were more likely to hire men. So there wouldn't be as many women working as there would be men. When it comes to economics and gender, it appears that there's a chain reaction, which might then lead to acts such as affirmative action. So as far as economics and gender, things are better than they used to be, but things are still not quite as good as they ought to be. And instead of competition between different genders, what we need is cooperation among the different genders. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I did not come here to compete, but to cooperate in my own little way.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. We missed you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Heidi Soper, followed by Nicholas St. John.
Good morning. I'm Heidi Soper. I live in Sun Valley. I'm also the Sun Valley Chair for the CAB, even though I'm not here representing the CAB. I am representing citizens that have spoken to me and given me facts I'd like to give to you about the master plan and zoning changes for Sun Valley. Chris Baker from Manhart Consulting spoke to the Sun Valley CAB at our November meeting and explained what happens to 18 acres between 1st and 2nd Street in Sun Valley. There was no development planned at that time. The current approval is for 48 single-family dwellings, 3 dwellings per acre. The amendments result in 10 to 14 dwellings per acre with open space. This creates another possible 252 apartments in conjunction with Chocolate Drive LLC, which is north of 2nd Street and is supporting 240 more apartments, creating 492 dwellings with a possible 984 more cars coming down 1st Street, 2nd Street, and West Gepford. And this does not include the apartments already built on 1st Street. The elementary school will be completely surrounded by apartments and tons of traffic. At this time, this is unacceptable. We need to improve the infrastructure before adding 492 new dwellings to the area. We have one inadequate main boulevard, one fire department, one paramedics team, finally one new ATM from Wells Fargo, no grocery store, no medical facility, and over 22,000 residents that live in the valley. We don't need nor can we support another possible 492 dwellings. That's a possible minimum of 1,000 more residents, and that doesn't count the additions being made to Highland Ranch. The Planning Commission approved this request even though they had 2 abstentions. A gentleman on the commission said that Sun Valley has no traffic problem. Right. I suggest that he and anyone else who disbelieves drives the road during peak hours. Be sure you don't have any place to be at a certain time because you're going to be late. I humbly ask that you consider this information before approving the master plan and zoning changes requested, and I believe it's number 14, but I wouldn't swear to it.
15.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Thanks.
For the record, Nicholas St. John. We are not a nation, state, county, or city of rules. We are not governed by rules. We do not have a rules enforcement officers. We do have law enforcement officers. We do not go into a court of rules. We go into a court of law. The supreme law of the United States of America is the U.S. Constitution that you each swore an oath to uphold. No state, county, nor city may pass laws, statutes, ordinances, create policies, procedures, or add parenthetical clauses that undermine the U.S. Constitution that would diminish our God-given constitutional guaranteed rights, period. The First Amendment in the Bill of Rights guarantees our freedom of speech. And while there is case law against yelling fire in a crowded theater, there is no case law that limits the size of a sign that may be displayed in a public meeting. While a case could be made that impeding another person's view should not happen, every opportunity should be made to allow signs of any size into public meetings, but placed so that it does not impede someone's view, not simply to infringe on our rights to have them and create policy to not allow them at all. We demand the removal of the sign in the lobby by the metal detector forbidding us from bringing in larger signs by the next meeting. It also guarantees the right to have our signs broadcast over the streaming service at public meetings and is a violation of our rights by changing camera angles so that they are not in public view on camera. Every time a camera angle is changed is a violation. Knock it off. The First Amendment also guarantees the right to peaceably assemble. That does not mean that we cannot be upset over actions the BCC may or may not take. It also guarantees the right to have a redress of our grievances and in no way may be restricted to forcing us to address the entire board and not singling out a particular commissioner. The commissioners complain that meetings can and sometimes do go long. This is primarily due to our lack of opportunity to discuss many of these contentious issues with our public servants. We are asking for a policy that each county commissioner is required to have a public town hall meeting at least every 2 or at most 3 months where we can actually dialogue and better voice our concerns and opinions without the restriction of 3 minutes. Alexis Hill has denied our request to meet with her for 5 years, now having held exactly 0 town halls or public forums that is not representing her constituents and is willful maladministration. This is ahead of schedule, but congratulations to the new chair. However, we are hoping that it is not just merely a proxy to continue the aforementioned rights violations. If you do, expect us to take necessary action to hold you accountable as well.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Jane Swartley.
Cliff Nellis for the record. The U.S. Fourth Amendment and the NV Article 1, Section 18 guarantees that persons are to be secure or protected against search and seizures. The use of metal detector only during BCC meetings meets the criteria of generalized suspicion, which goes against the 1999 ruling of the U.S. Supreme Court stating that a generalized suspicion would be unconstitutional. It must be individualized, the majority opinion written by the late Justice Ginsburg. We demand the removal of an unconstitutional metal detector coming into these meetings, quit violating our Fourth Amendment rights in the name of safety. There are armed guards at each meeting for our protection if need be, because some of the county commissioners have denied the right to put items on the agenda because Alexis Hill unilaterally decides not to put them on items. She apparently does not want to discuss nor make it available for public input. Nicholas has met with the new county manager about this issue. According to the BCC rules of procedures 5.4.2.1 states that in part may decline to place an item on the agenda if it is determined the item substantially conflicts with the law or the ability of the county to effectively conduct its operations. Thus, your rules state that the only two reasons an item would be declined is if it conflicts with the law or the ability of the county to effectively conduct its operations, meaning their ability to enforce it. Alexis Hill has unilaterally declined to put other commissioners' items on the agenda without meeting either of these two criteria and is guilty of maladministration. We expect the new chair to adhere to these two criteria and request that they inform the commissioner of which criteria their agenda item does not meet if declined. We also demand that the statement preceding opening and closing statements threatening to remove anyone that violates NRS 203.090 or 119 or disrupting or disturbing a meeting, as this is a violation of NRS 207.190. Coercion as what could be deemed disturbing or disrupting would be purely speculative and has been abused by Alexis Hill in the past. NRS 207.190, paragraph 1, it is unlawful for a person with the intent to compel another to do or abstain from doing an act which the other person has a right to do or to abstain from doing it. 1.c. Attempt to intimidate the person by threats or force, paragraph 2, where physical force or the immediate threat of physical force is used for a category B felony by imprisonment in the state prison for a minimum term of not less than 1 year and a maximum term of not more than 6 years, and may be further punished by a fine of not more than $5,000. We expect to have these issues remedied by the next BCC meeting. Thank you for your attention to these matters.
Jane Swartley, followed by Jill O'Leary.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you all for being here and doing such a good job. I know that sometimes we kind of want what we want and you want what you want, and I just want you all to know that we do appreciate everything that you all do. I'm really here today just to say thank you. Cold Springs Family Center's outreach program has skyrocketed. We've been able to do so many things, and I thought it was time that we tell you what you made happen for us, Commissioner Clark, by all your generous donations. We were able to give our seniors all brand new winter coats with the help of Katie Grace Foundation. Everyone had a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner provided for them. For the Christmas area, we had a wonderful outsetting from our family and friends in the community, and they gave presents to all of our seniors, which was wonderful. We also, though, did take on a new responsibility, and it is a little concern, and I thought maybe you all, for all of your districts, would be interested. We took on doing the Northern Nevada Food Bank senior boxes so that the food bank basically comes, drops it off, and we take responsibility for getting it out there. I'm going to assume there's a lot of other areas that are doing this as well. But in doing so, we've now found people that we would have probably never had come to us. They don't have transportation. Some of them don't have telephones. So as you talk with people about the food bank and different areas of your own that you have, be careful that there are people out there that really, really, really need us. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I know everything that you all do, and especially Commissioner Clark again. Thank you so much for everything you do for us. But we want to make sure that we're reaching all of our seniors. So very important. And have a wonderful new year, and thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
Jill O'Leary, followed by Cynthia Perrine. Thank you. Ms. O'Leary gave documents to distribute. Let's see. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill O'Leary. I'm a 63-year-old resident of Washoe County. Beginning in October, I came before this board requesting oversight of the recorder's policy that allows a non-statutory legibility notice to be used to record documents as liens. Nevada law does not authorize this practice, and despite multiple requests, I've received no response or indication that the issue is being reviewed. Today, I have formally delivered for the public record my district attorney request for criminal review with a companion attorney general request for review and action attached for follow-up. These referrals outline serious concerns involving elder exploitation, fraudulent court filings, altered medical records, misuse of civil processes, and the unlawful release of more than 1,000 pages of my private financial information through an undocketed and legally defective writ of execution. Based on that same undocketed and defective writ, Fidelity has restricted my withdrawals from my checking, IRA, Roth IRA, and HSA accounts, retirement assets expressly exempt under Nevada law. I have been denied access to the courts to correct this, leaving my exempt retirement account assets restricted without legal authority. These actions implicate NRS 200.5092 through 5099, NRS Chapter 205, NRS 21.075 through 090, NRS 31.291, and other statutes governing proper use of judicial process. They also demonstrate how the recorder's acceptance of a non-statutory legibility notice enabled a proposed judgment, not a final judgment, to be recorded as a lien, facilitating further unlawful actions that could affect any resident subject to similar filings. I am respectfully asking this board to acknowledge receipt of my district attorney request for criminal review and accompanying attorney general request for review and action for the public record, and to provide clear response regarding your oversight of the recorder's policies that enable these events. These issues raise countywide concerns, and allowing them to go unaddressed undermines the public confidence in the integrity of Washoe County recording systems and the judicial processes that depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Cynthia Perrine, followed by Janet Butcher.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Perrine, for the record. I am a resident of District 5 of Washoe County. I'm also a precinct captain for the Northwest Reno area. I would like to urge this revered body to consider in the changing of the baton of the chairmanship, to consider recognizing District 5, which has been passed over for the past 12 years, to give that privilege and honor to a representative on this board from District 5, who has served faithfully and honorably for many years. And it is only a matter of good practice, of probity, of proper management, of common sense to do so. And in all fairness, in that I am a tax-paying citizen of your area, and indirectly I do pay for your salaries, I certainly am grateful for your consideration of this request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Butcher.
Good morning, Janet Butcher for the record. I was surprised that there weren't a few more people that were bussed in here this morning to talk about some recent events. But anyway, I'm going to read what I prepared. I love my family and friends and neighbors and want them to be safe. It appears that some on this dais may not. I support ICE and any other law enforcement. ICE has provided a list of most egregious criminal aliens they've arrested during their surge in sanctuary state of Minnesota. And it's the most disturbing list I've ever seen, including numerous convicted child rapists, sodomizers, and convicted killers, most with deportation orders going back many years, several from Laos, Somalia, and Sudan. I am very grateful to our governor. Governor Lombardo, unlike Democrat governors, has the correct policy in place. Please note, ICE does not bring the chaos to the area. The Democrats' open border policy brought chaos. A statement from the ICE director, Todd Lyons: regardless of staged political theatrics, ICE is going to continue to arrest the worst of the worst. Criminal illegal aliens in Minnesota and elsewhere. Why you'd want them here, I don't know. They're not my neighbors. Some of these criminal aliens have had final orders of removal for 30 years, but they've been free to terrorize. ICE arrests prevent recidivism and make communities safer. Why wouldn't you all want that? Other than the fact that you just want to go against anything that President Trump is putting forth. That's obvious. I wonder if he'd stop breathing if he said breathing was good for you. There is a simple solution to avoid chaos and avoid going to jail or getting shot by any law enforcement as they do their job. Demonstrate by standing on a sidewalk with a sign. Don't throw things at them. Don't stand in front or kick their cars. Don't ever charge or get in their space. Avoiding all these acts will keep you safe, and they can do their jobs without any entanglement. They have better things to do and could care less if you demonstrate sanely and responsibly. ICE says these criminal aliens, always I practice at home and I don't run out of time. I have a list of the egregious things that they did. Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in chambers, but we do have emails that were submitted, and we have Elizabeth Gambrell in Gerlach.
Thank you.
And audio. Yeah, got it. Good morning, Elizabeth Gambrell, Gerlach, Nevada, 170 El Rancho Avenue. I'm speaking now on item 13 and 14, which are dealing with hazardous material on a property located out here in our area. There's been a lot of public meetings. They've gone through the entire process of getting it through the Planning Commission, all rules, regulations, and laws. And they've talked openly to the community here about what they're going to be doing, how they're going to be doing it, and what kind of actions they're taking in order to make it safe, wildlife friendly, fire hazard safe, all the things. And there are still some people who do not live here year round, but have an event out here, I think you're probably familiar with Burning Man, that are a little upset with what they're planning on doing out there. And I'm having some difficulty with that because at their annual party, most of the things they are upset about happen with them. So I'm speaking in full support of item 13 and 14 being approved as currently written. The staff has done a wonderful job on looking into whether everything is, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. And I don't think there's been a misstep anywhere. This company is bringing well-paying jobs to my area. They are bringing things with a retirement plan to my area, medical. They are employing people who live here, which is a very rare happening out in Gerlach. Ormat, you guys may remember we fought before because they wanted to spend a lot of money up here, build a great big old thing, and then walk away and not employ anybody. So I am definitely saying yes to number 13 and 14. I'll also be speaking on 16, which is housing for workers, because we are desperately short of housing in Gerlach. We have nowhere for people to live. I have fire protection people and school staff living in hotel rooms because we do not have enough housing. We've been working on that for years with the county, and thank you very much for all the people in the county helping us with that. But these people are going to need housing on that ranch as well in order to keep these people here and employed. Thank you very much for your time. From Gerlach.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now going to move into item 4, Manager Thomas.
Item number 4 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you.
I
Do you
have 2
anything?
items, if I
Great.
may. I am, it's unfortunate, but we are going to have to pull item 8E4 from the consent agenda today. That item unfortunately included an incorrect attachment, and so the substantive changes were a version that was several iterations ago. We apologize for that. I've just been notified that will be appearing on the January 20th meeting, so that those that are interested in that item can return next week for that, and I do apologize for any inconvenience that has caused. The second thing is a little bit more positive, so let's jump into that, which is July 4th of 2026 marks our nation's semi-quincentennial, which is the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. And so we're going to kick off the Washoe County Courthouse Historical and Preservation Society will kick off the celebrations with a special event tomorrow. There's going to be one each month of the year. But tomorrow at 8 a.m., the first moment of honor is going to occur at the historic courthouse. So the Virginia Street entrance, which is typically not available to the public, so that's exciting, that'll be open. And our own county commissioners will lead this very first celebration. So we're excited to have everybody join us. We'll hear some traditional patriotic music from a renowned violinist from UNR. We'll hear a little bit of living history from our Eiley Bowers and Bowers Mansion. And then each month, like I mentioned, a different organization or a dignitary will lead the celebration. So we've got a few of our upcoming hosts that include our own public defender, Kate Hickman, Sheriff Darren Balaam, District Attorney Chris Hicks, and Public Defender Evie Grosnick. So again, we'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Historic Courthouse on Virginia and Court Streets in downtown Reno. That's all I
Thank
have,
you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, that's going to be so fun tomorrow. I appreciate the announcement. Vice Chair Herman.
Whoops, sorry. You're good. Am I? Okay, great. It's hard to tell sometimes. And my eyes are pretty good. So I have a wild idea. I've been talking with quite a few people about the coming election and all that, and ways to make it better and that sort of thing. And so this is one idea that's people come up with quite often. They still lament the time when we voted in the precincts. You know, we had paper ballots, and it was counted in the precinct. And those are 3 of the main things that people, you know, really felt close to in elections. You know, it made them feel more a part of it. So I'm thinking, since we have, I mean, this is just a wild idea, but I'm thinking that, you know, I know we have a lot of precincts and all that, but some of them could be combined. And it could be handled similarly to the way it used to be handled. If we set different sections up in the new big building, and people would feel like they're going to their personal voting place again. Just a wild idea, but I think it could work. Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick update from one of my regional boards, EDON. In celebration of the U.S.'s 250th anniversary this year, they are not EDON, but there's a nationwide launch to support American entrepreneurial spirit. It's called America the Entrepreneurial. This is nonpartisan. It's going to be kicked out throughout the country, and EDON has already made efforts to connect with NACO. So for those of you in the room who don't know, Nevada was the first state in the U.S. to enact the Right to Start Act, which was AB 77, to support the growth of entrepreneurship in Nevada. So that legislatively happened. The Office of Entrepreneurship with GoEd now exists. There's a few staff. It's written in the budget. So it's already happened at the state level. All I'm asking is for us as a board to jump on this campaign. I'll get the county manager some information. It's not a very heavy lift for the county in terms of communications or efforts, but really it would be nice if we, City of Sparks and City of Reno, could come together in efforts to support our entrepreneurs in the state of Nevada. So I'll get you the information, and if any of my fellow commissioners have questions, I'll forward them that information as well.
That's so great. Small businesses are our biggest employers, so it's great to support that. Now, Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm sure NACO will be bringing that up, and when we have a board meeting, I'll be anxious to share any information as well. I really want to thank the staff for hosting the first of 3 public meetings for the Washoe County Equine Code update. One was held last night at the South Valleys, and the comments received from several folks attending was that they really liked the format. They really liked the way that the presentation occurred, and they're looking forward to this process as well and participating. Everyone, I hope, will be participating. There's a meeting on January 22nd, which is a Zoom meeting, and there's another scheduled public meeting on January 27th in person at the Spanish Springs Library. And if people need more information, they can go to washoecounty.gov, and it's under the Planning Department. So again, thank you for giving attention to this and untangling this layer and layer of, I say Christmas lights, but it's really regulation. Washoe County can only do so much, but I've certainly been committed to even going outside of Washoe County and seeing if we can get some things squared away, not only for the county, but for the state of Nevada. Moving to the next request is to the county manager. So we all know that over the past decade, hundreds of government utilities, cities, counties across the nation have suffered cyber crime incidents. Everything from wire fraud by organized criminals to ransomware that shuts down critical systems to cyber stalking, even employees, which is a terrifying prospect in and of itself. But it's real. And as a proactive measure, I am asking the county manager to conduct a health check on our defenses against these crimes. Like every modern entity, public or private, Washoe County and its customers, our taxpayers, rely on digital systems. We must assure them that we're protecting our digital systems through sound data governance. This obligation is also codified in state law through NRS 603A.210 and mandates certain operational standards for public bodies throughout Nevada. I'm requesting that the county manager oversee our county departments in a review process to ensure compliance, to strengthen our digital systems, and to bring back any applicable data governance policies for review and consideration by this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Great idea. And yes, we want to make sure that our systems are safe. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few items, and they're not really related, so I'm going to be jumping around a bit. But I wanted to first talk about Marco Lino's, the former rapscallion, restaurant. They'd had a difficult time getting their business opened. They couldn't seem to navigate the health department, the city of Reno, whatever the county had involved, if there was any involvement. And I want to thank the staff of the health department for stepping up and helping this person get their business open so they didn't have to move twice. I want to thank the county manager for helping. I want to thank the city manager in Reno and the folks over there in the licensing. We were able to, once we got to work and found out what the real problems were, we were able to get that business license issued in about 26 hours. We got the plumbing signed off, we got the electrical signed off, we got the health department to sign off, and we got the business license issued and allowed this business. And we're talking, segue right into what my fellow commissioners were talking about, the backbone of America's small business. We should be there to help people navigate through this. Most small business people want to specialize in what they're doing. In this particular case, it's a restaurant, so he's interested in cooking food and serving customers. He's not interested in understanding how the inner workings of the county work. If you do this thing once in your life or twice in your life, you're never going to be an expert at it. And I think it's incumbent upon us to have our staff act as interpreters for folks. And again, not to give out legal advice. I know that's the first hurdle that we always hear about, but I think it's important that we have success stories. And I've asked the county manager if we can start asking some folks who've actually succeeded in getting a business license if they agree to film their experience and explain what took place. And in the future, if somebody wants to open a business, they'll have a kind of a video a story of how to do it, kind of a YouTube on how to do this and how to do that, different type of businesses. We should have a library showing folks how to get through the system, because this is like one of those houses, those escape rooms where people get in and can't seem to figure their way out without an interpreter or a navigator or a guide. And that's what similar thing that folks encounter when they're trying to open a business here. So our job should be, how do we help people figure this out? Because they're never going to be subject matter experts on that. We are. We've got the knowledge. Let's help people get through the process with the least amount of aggravation. So I wanted to just share that with you. I talked to the mayor, Mayor Hillary Sheevy, about this very issue at the grand opening of this restaurant, and she thought it'd be good to have a regional view on granting these business licenses and make all the entities, Sparks, Reno, and the county, and I don't know how far off we are, but have a united front where everyone can figure this out with the other municipalities and the other regulatory bodies. Next, I got a chance to go on a ride-along with the Sheriff's Hope Team. I guess I'm the last one to do that, and I couldn't be more impressed with the good work that the Sheriff's Department is doing. They pointed out a lot of things that I wasn't really aware of, and many times us as commissioners are kind of focused on our own district, and obviously we get wind of what's taking place throughout the county. But in this particular case, the sheriff, and I brought it up to the county manager, may have some institutional knowledge. It may be just urban legend. What I'm talking about specifically is Sun Valley and who owns some land there. The Sheriff's Department is under the understanding somewhere in the 70s, approximately 37 parcels were deeded to the county, and then at a later time, she thought in the 90s that the county deeded these back to whoever deeded them to the county, and many of those folks unfortunately had passed away, so the deeding went to their heirs, and the heirs maybe didn't want to accept it, and so I understand it's going to come up a little bit later, and I'd like to get a report on what's the accurate history. I mean, we've got a recorder here, we've got the assessor, we've got institutional knowledge. The county, if there were recorded deeds, I'd like to see what those were, and I'd like to see the number of properties that were involved in this. I hear the number of 37, but I don't know if that's an accurate number. And again, I'm just bringing this up to what I heard, and I'd like to get accurate information on that. Next, I'd like to talk about a safe place and parking cars with folks that need to sleep in their car. I was an advocate of that all along for folks sleeping in their cars if they're still working and understand if they're going to school as well. But we need to find out who's sleeping in these cars, who are their guests that may be sleeping in their cars with them. If we're going to have this at a safe place where we have some of the most vulnerable folks that are unhoused or living in government housing, children, single women, married women, mothers, and find out, do we do background checks on who's sleeping in these cars with whoever's signed up to do that, if we're allowing extra people to be in the car? How many extra people in the car? Why was, of all the properties that the county owns, why was this allowed to happen on this particular parcel with children and women there? I mean, we own the sheriff's department. There's lots of overnight parking there. Why didn't we have them sleeping in the sheriff's department parking lot overnight? Plenty of security there with the sheriff. But why? And I see that we have Mr. Gufsis in here in the room, and maybe we can address that at a later time. But why was that particular parcel in the county picked over other places? It didn't seem to me, and just an observer here in this case, finding out why it happened, why that place was chosen with a vulnerable population there in the property. So I'd like to have those questions answered. Ms. Jane Swartley showed up with her report about the Cold Springs area. I'm working with the seniors throughout the county, and in that particular part of the county, they can't vote for me if they wanted to. I'm not doing this to buy votes out there, but that particular part of the county, others may be doing a good job, but that's the best one I've seen. Jane is the absolute glue that holds that whole operation together. She's got the food bank coming out. She's got Katie Grace coming out. She's got folks every Friday there. They've got food. They've got clothing. It isn't just canned goods. It isn't just, it's fresh vegetables. And she's got an organized way to distribute it to make sure everybody gets this food. And there are a lot of homeless folks, not homeless, but food insecure seniors out in that area that really don't have transportation to get into the food bank here, to get into distribution centers here in the county. That's a long drive for seniors, even if they have a vehicle. And she mentioned some of the folks don't even have vehicles. So I think that they're doing a good job, and it's a model. And I think that the county should study what they're doing and see if we can emulate that throughout the county. Just doing a fantastic job, organized distribution. It isn't, it's just well run on every level. So I wanted to thank her. Unfortunately, she's left. I keep hearing from Ms. O'Leary. Can we get an update as commissioners on what's taking place with her situation? We hear about this. It seems about every meeting, and I'd like to have an update from the county on what's taking place with her situation. Is there something you can talk about now, Mr. Large?
I can talk about it briefly.
Okay.
This is not agendized, but Ms. O'Leary, on December, one of our December meetings, submitted a letter that was forwarded 311 that my office responded to in terms of a public records request seeking documentation from the 2nd Judicial District in regard to several cases that she's been involved in at that point. An order has been issued by the 2nd Judicial District regarding her as a vexatious litigant in one probate case. This commission does not have oversight over the 2nd Judicial District Court. Any of her issues that she needs to deal with in terms of ongoing litigation need to be taken up with the court.
Thank you for putting that on the record, and hopefully Ms. O'Leary heard that and can understand that us as commissioners can't intercede for her. So thank you for clarifying that. Last is coming up on the later in the agenda, but I want to get this on the record before folks leave, usually in the later part of the meeting. The crowds kind of thin out. But I am as well in support of Commissioner Herman being the chair in the future. Ms. Herman has been on the here on the county board for longer than any of us, probably could be argued that longer than all of us put together. She's been here as an elected in this county longer than the sheriff, longer than the DA, longer than the assessor, longer than the treasurer, been here longer than the clerk, the recorder, and the public administrator, all 7 elected offices in the county. Been here longer than all of those folks put together. Maybe as long as the mayor of Reno, maybe as long as Miss Bybee over in Spark. So this is someone who's got seniority and institutional knowledge. And this, again, this is not just about Commissioner Herman. This is about the district that she represents. So some 100,000 people approximately in the county for the last 12 years or 11 years plus have not had their duly elected representative become the chair of this body. And I think that's failing the folks in her district as well. Many times the director or the chair of the board has personal knowledge and wants to do certain things in their district. We see that now with our current chair working up in Incline Village, and rightfully so. That's her district. She should be focused on those things. And I think there's certain things in Commissioner Herman's district that should be focused on as well. She's got 1 year left approximately, and I think it's important that we send her out of here with the opportunity to be the chair. Others have said last year in this very room that she didn't have enough experience. And yet I pointed out she's been elected longer than any other elected official in this county at this point in time, at least in the county. And so I'm going to support Commissioner Herman to be the chair for the next year. There's certain things that she's tried to get on the agenda for years and years and years and years, and she's been blocked by other folks. And I think it's an opportunity to honor her and allow her to be the chair for the final year of her term in office. She'll be termed out. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, with that, if there's no other announcements, we'll now move into our presentations. Manager Thomas.
Thank you. We have an update, and thank you, Vice Chair Herman, for recommending Leslie Mix to come before us. She is here with her students to discuss the life-changing impact of Job Corps programs for students and for the Washoe County community and why it's important to Nevada. If we can, after her presentation, I know we were hoping to take a quick picture with the commissioners.
That would be wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and Chair and Commissioners. We're so delighted to be back here, and we're so delighted to have the support of this austere body. It's been very, very important to us in the last 6 months to have the support of our elected officials broadly across the state of Nevada in understanding how important the Job Corps program is. In normal times, Sierra Nevada Job Corps can turn out about 750 certified and trained workers for the state through the trades and a number of other things that we do on campus. So today, I have brought 2 of our students, Mr. Samuel Taylor and Mr. Nick Duncan. And they have some fabulous stories to tell you. And right now, my quick update for where Job Corps stands right now is in the budget. In the federal budget. So initially we were redlined and told to close down in a week, and many of our students didn't have anywhere to go in a week's time, much less for the longer term, and taking away hope and opportunity. So the state of Nevada really pretty much rose up to the occasion and objected to that. There was some legal proceedings that indicated that the Job Corps program was illegally being paused. And so we've balanced that in court, and now it's in the budget. Initially, there was zero for the Job Corps program after having 61 years of nonpartisan support in the country. And we have gotten that from the last that we heard, and this can be a very moving sort of time, was that Congress had put in about 50% of the budget to be allocated to the Job Corps program. We recognize that there's some changes that can be made and efficiencies that can be done to improve the program. In my personal opinion, having worked there for 4 years, we should have Job Corps all over the country because this is an amazingly productive program with an 82 to 93 typical certification graduation rate that is far exceeds most programs, and certainly not government programs. So this program works, as many of you know. On the Senate side, they have put in, at least the last we heard, almost 100% of the budget to be allocated back to the Job Corps program. We don't know where that stands. We stand with the rest of the country in seeing where the budget might fall out towards the end of the month, or if we're even going to get to that budget. Meanwhile, we are bringing in just under 20 students per week. We serve the entire state of Nevada. Many of our students come from the rural counties, and a lot of students come from Clark County. Job Corps is the only residential training program in the country, and that's part of what makes this work. Now, for those of you that have been out there, you know that our dorms are a little on the older side, pre-World War II, but we manage, and we manage because it's important. We have many, many employees and staff that have been there for over 30 years, and it's not because we get paid so well, but it's because we see what Nick and Samuel are able to do with that time and take it on forward. And with that, I would like to introduce to you Samuel Taylor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Taylor. I'm 19 years old. Currently student studying at Sierra Nevada Job Corps. I'm in the MEA vocation. I just finished office administration. I've been here a year, since last October, on October 10th. Since then, I had 0 credits to my name. I just graduated high school. Since then, I've been doing leadership classes, being in SG, Student Government Association, got to be the president of campus. I'm just doing a lot of things that will help the campus thrive and giving back to the community, because I'm really thankful what they're done for me. Yeah, just for the past 6-8 months, when Job Corps was being shut down, I was doing everything in my mind I could to help and to save Job Corps from being closed down, being on a news interview and sending out emails to the different political leaders and calling different ones, including sending a letter to Jackie Rosen who read it. Yeah, so I do want to have Job Corps stay even after I leave. It's a really good program, and it teaches a lot of kids responsibilities, leadership classes, and getting along with other people their age. Thank you.
Wow. Congratulations. That was beautiful.
And I'd like to reiterate that Samuel has been extraordinary. He came to us with no credits, as he said. He had kind of a complicated background and history, and he managed to complete his high school in 1 year, managed to complete his trade in a year, and is now taking on a second trade. In addition to that, on the leadership side, he's president of the Student Government Association that represents the students on campus. So So as a Job Corps representative, we are incredibly proud of Samuel, how far he's come. We know that he's going to be an independent, performing, tax-paying citizen at some point, and it gives me shivers on how much he's done. So on that, I'd like to introduce Nick. Follow that, Nick.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nicholas Duncan, 25. I've been a student at Sierra Nevada Job Corps since May of 2025. In the past 9 months, I've made a lot of leaps in my education and potential career in electrical. Education, I was able to graduate high school. First, one of my mother's children to do that, so that was major for me.
Wow.
And electrical has given me a lot of opportunities that I thought I would never have, especially coming from not being able to graduate high school before. So having opportunities to go to advanced training in New York after this for linemen is something that I've always dreamed of, so this is huge. People like Samuel really have made a really good community feeling there. Everyone pushes each other forward and people accomplish a lot. Job Corps has given me a lot of opportunities that I thought I would never have. So it's really important to me that this stays open and other kids get these same opportunities that I've had. And thank you all for your support, seriously. It means a lot. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Nick.
So one of the things that Job Corps programs offer is advanced training. So Nick was able to accelerate and shine in his electrical trade so much that he was admitted into the advanced training program. And like all of our programs, the onus of paying for that is not on Nick. There will be no debt to he or his family coming out of it. None of our students ever do. And that is part of what makes the program works, because they're able to hit the ground running. And in Nick's case, boy, is he going to make the money.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick, are you going to try to work for MV Energy, or what's the dream?
That would be awesome if I could.
Yeah. Okay, well, we'll just put that out into the universe. And Samuel, I see a future county commissioner with your leadership. I'm very inspired. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for persevering. I know it's been really stressful. Your passion and your leadership and resilience has been really inspirational to all of us. So thank you, and your dedication to these students, and we're here with you, whatever we can do. And so we just appreciate you changing people's lives. And so we'll give you one last round of applause, and we'll take a picture. Thank you, Ms. Nix. All right, we'll take a quick break for a picture.
Great job. Nice to meet you.
Nick, nice to meet you. Congratulations. Congratulations, Samuel.
My hands are so full, so I apologize. Congratulations.
It's a great way to start the meeting with Samuel and Nick's stories. We'll continue and carry that through the rest of the meeting. Thank you so much. All right, we will now move into our next presentation, 5A2, Manager Thomas.
Thank you. This is a presentation and an update by Kara Steeland with the Truckee Meadows Water Authority on TUMWA's 2025 to 2045 Water Resources Plan for the Truckee Meadows. Welcome.
Welcome.
Well, we're going to try and be as inspiring as that presentation, but it's water, so try not to fall asleep. My name's Danny Rotter. I'm the Assistant General Manager, and I'm going to quickly get out of the way so that Cara, the smarter one of the two, can talk to you on this. But we just wanted to kind of make the rounds to each of our jurisdictions and give you a brief summary of our resource plan, what that means for our communities and for the Truckee Meadows. So our 2045 resource plan is the 5th version that we do every 5 years since TUMWA's inception. But the key thing about this year is that we've developed an at-a-glance report. So that's a little bit different than we've done in the past. And there's going to be a QR code and a link at the end for you to take a look at that. But that's really the number one place to go. So for elected officials and public, start there for any of your questions, and then you can dive deeper as you wish, even to 100-page documents on climate change and river forecasting, if you so choose. So this is part of what TUMWA does day in and day out. We're always planning something. And so if you look at this comprehensive planning circle here, we have our resource plan that does 20-year and longer projections. We update that every 5 years, which we just completed and we're going to talk about. Then we roll into our facility plan. Where does that water need to go? How do we get it out to the North Valleys and the North Spanish Springs and South Truckee Meadows? And that is another 20-year projection, updated every 5 years. And then we also have our funding plan, which we update annually, and we do a strategic workshop with our directors every year for a 5-year projection. And so all of these things, at the end of the day, tie into customer rates and facility charges to development. And so that's kind of giving you the high-level picture of where we're at. We're going to take a look at the upper left piece of this, the resource plan, and I'll hand it off to Cara.
Thank you. Thanks, Danny. Good morning, Commissioners. Cara Steeland for the record. Again, like Danny mentioned, kind of just a really high-level overview of our plan. I know some of you are more familiar with this plan. And so this looks at our plan goals and objectives. Really, the main goal of the plan is to ensure that TUMWA has adequate water resources to meet the community's needs over the next 20 years and beyond. To be able to do that, we evaluate and implement innovative solutions to best manage water resources. And a key part of this process is maintaining community confidence in our planning process so the public is aware of how we're going to meet the needs of the community in terms of water over the next 20 years. So starting in the last plan in 2020, we started to look at a little bit more customer feedback and how we could incorporate people's concerns into the plan to make sure the plan addresses those concerns. And so this is from the customer survey that we do semi-annually. And you can see here some of the concerns that our customers have are maintaining a high quality of drinking water, keeping water affordable, of course, having sufficient water supplies during droughts, and as we commonly hear is the concerns about growth and how we're going to meet the needs of a growing population. So the plan addresses most of those issues. Keeping water affordable comes more in the kind of bottom part of that planning process with the rates, but the rest of it is highlighted in this plan. So looking, we've got some key figures that you commonly see when we're talking about water here. Looking at Washoe County population and water production, you can see the blue bar chart is TUMWA production, and the green line chart is population. So as we all know, the population's been pretty steadily increasing over time, but you can see actually we had a pretty drastic decrease in water use in kind of the mid-2000s, and now we're actually just back up to the same, about almost the same water use we were at in the early 2000s. A lot of that is due to conservation programs and efficiencies that I'll talk about in a moment. So the kind of the heart of their plan is the 20-year water demand projection. So what we're doing here is we're projecting out based on historic growth patterns and what we think we're going to need in our service area over the next 20 years. And our goal is to ensure that we have sufficient resources to meet that need. So we are currently at about 90,000 acre-feet of water for our whole service territory and expected growth of about 107,000 acre-feet. It's a fairly conservative projection. We usually end up coming in quite a bit lower than what we've been projecting over the last 4 water resource plans. And you can see that's about a 1.8% growth rate annually in terms of water use. So looking at our sources of supply, this is how we've historically met demand and how we're projecting to meet demand into the future. We're a mostly surface water dominated system, so we usually use about 80 to 85% surface water from the Truckee River and tributaries, and then the other portion is made up of groundwater. We have about 90 production wells across the service area, and then you can also see the purple color there that's represented in just 6 years. That is during our drought years. We have privately owned water supply and credit water under the Truckee River Operating Agreement that we store in the headwaters that we release during droughts when the river flows drop off. So we've been fortunate to not need that in many of the years, but we do have that as a backup supply for drought years. This is a water rights graph just kind of showing you that we do have that mix of surface water and groundwater rights across 9 hydrographic basins, and we're anticipating having sufficient water rights moving forward. Looking at Truckee River water rights, based on the Ore Ditch Decree, there's a specific amount of Truckee River water rights. There's about 226,000 acre feet. There are no new Truckee water rights that can be created. And so really, if you look at the bright blue and kind of the darker green here, you can see that what we've relied on over time is as the region has developed, we have, as developers have brought in agricultural water rights. They've basically dedicated those to TUMWA, and they've been converted to municipal and industrial rights. And so there's about 40,000 acre feet of Truckee River water rights left. And so again, as the region develops and continues to develop, we're relying on those water rights being converted to M&I use. And the graph I showed previously, where we saw that water use has not been, drastically increasing, that is thanks to a lot of our existing planning and water conservation efforts. We have our water efficiency codes, which include assigned day watering, and our great seasonal water conservation consultants that patrol the area and make sure that people are following those rules. We have our tiered rate billing structure to incentivize lower water use. And we've also just finished, one of the main reasons for that decrease in water use was we metered all of our customers in the mid-2000s, and now we've just switched them all to advanced meter infrastructure, so it allows our customers to have real-time use data and identify leaks and other efficiencies. We have robust education and outreach programs and our water usage review programs, where we help customers identify ways, again, that they can be more efficient with their use or fix leaks. With that, this is a slightly different look. This is residential per capita water demand. I apologize, it's a little hard to see, but you can basically see that the lines show basically total water use and consumptive water use. And the consumptive use takes into account water making it back to the river through the water reclamation facilities. So that's why it's lower. And you can see that that water demand has decreased over time and really stabilized due to those conservation programs. We do, this is a really high-level overview of this, but we do fairly robust climate modeling in the plan to look out into the future, to look at what potential conditions there might be. We use a range of scenarios. This is one scenario that goes out to 2098. Again, the plan is really for 20 years, but we want to make sure that some of the future resources that need decades of planning, that we're doing those ahead of time. And so you can see that going out to the end of the century with increased demand, we still are able to meet that need. There are a few shortages, kind of in the more extreme scenarios out in the further months, or in the further years, apologies. And why that's important for us is that makes us think, if those are really going to exist, what can we do to alleviate those in the future? And so this graph shows that by expanding our aquifer storage and recovery program, where we take treated surface water and inject it into our groundwater aquifers, we can alleviate future shortages. So it's just one future resource option among many others that we're considering to make sure that future generations have sufficient supplies. There's in Chapter 5 of the resource plan, it describes those future resource projects, including a range here, and they all have kind of potential benefit and challenge tables. Again, this is not an infrastructure document. This is not our infrastructure plan. This is basically more theoretical, high-level ideas, and over time we would implement those. So some of them are more conceptual, and some are being enacted, such as the Advanced Purified Water Project at American Flat. We also have, a pretty robust program to protect the watershed and environment. So we have various partnerships shown here, and really the goal of that is to ensure that our source water quality is, remains as good as it's always been. We also have hydroelectric plants that provide sources of renewable energy. So the key takeaways from our plan are really that Tumwa has sufficient water rights to address the region's growing water demand over the next 20 years. That's what the goal, like I mentioned, of the plan is to prove that, and we do that through our modeling. We really have a resilient and reliable water supply due to decades of prior planning, like the Truckee River Operating Agreement. It also includes recommended strategies and near-term actions to guide us over the next 5 years. And then lastly, we're constantly analyzing future options, and it's an evolving document. We update it every 5 years, but we're constantly assessing how we can better meet the region's needs and identifying any changes that need to occur. And with that, Danny and I are happy to take any questions, and the resource plan and at-a-glance report are available at tumwa.com/WRP 2025.
Thank you. Well, it's great to see you here at the Commission Chambers. I'm glad you're taking this on the road. You've been working on this for quite some time, and so I want to make sure that the community understands all about this plan. Our chair of Tumwa is sitting right next to me, so I'll have Commissioner Andriola go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the chair of Tumwa, I can just say that I get to truly have the pleasure of working with staff, not only you two, but many others, and the quality of the evolution of Tumwa in terms of its concept 20 years ago. It's a kind of a new anniversary, right? It's not that long ago that we had 20 years we didn't have Tumwa, and we're seeing the benefit of that regional approach. And I know that I have shared at Tumwa meetings the balance of saying, campaign, we have water, because we get a lot of, we don't have any water. We have water, but then there's a balance of continuing being conservative and continuing going down a path of real strong planning. And so I know that you have been very good about curtailing my idea of campaigning of we have water. We do. However, we still need to acknowledge the great work that you all have continued to do. The fact that you're showing, for instance, in 2098, that we have water, however, being careful about what that approach is and being diligent. I also would like to extend the opportunity. It's not just what we see externally with water, but the internal operations reflect what we're seeing. So whether it's financial planning and being very, very cognizant of being a good steward of the taxpayer dollar, as well as many other things operationally, internally, trying to be the best, continuous process improvement in every aspect really shines in Tumwa. So thank you so much for sharing with everyone. I would encourage everyone as well to read the plan, to look at the QR code, and when you do have community outreach, to participate, because the educational components in that are really helpful in understanding facts, because facts matter. I guess I would just ask, is there anything that we from a jurisdiction can do to support these continued efforts of moving forward in the direction of being the best we can be for our community?
Danny Rotter, for the record, I think you hit it best, is that facts are facts. And if you can point people to this to start the conversation, that's why we created that at a glance. So when there are concerns, there are questions, that we can have a conscious discussion and really talk about solutions based on what we see and what we're projecting. That's the biggest thing we see is just trying to be clear. Here's the projection. Here's how we meet it. Here's what we're doing. And if you have other questions, we'd be happy to talk through them.
Thank you, and I would encourage everyone to look at the at-a-glance. We've seen the at-a-glance, those of us that serve on the Tumwa board, and it's very, very well put together. So thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. And you also serve on the Tumwa board along with Commissioner Garcia, I believe, right? Oh, the Western Water Regional, okay. There's a lot of water commissions that we serve on. Anyway, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything?
I used to be on Tumwa. I really enjoyed those meetings. We did a lot of stuff back then. Yeah, I was at a meeting where the Regional Planning Governing Board where they were discussing AI and all that. Scared me to death. What is the outcome of all that, and how did you answer them as to water supply?
I think what you're asking about is the large water users related to data centers, and the conversation about how regional planning governs those, I think was the discussion you're talking. I didn't see the whole meeting that you're talking about, but shortly after that, I believe we met with regional planning. We attended one of their community conversations, I believe that Jeremy called it. And we've continued to talk with him and how regionally we're addressing that. It's one of our, in the plan, one of our near-term strategies to work with EDON, GOED, regional planning, and all the jurisdictions about how we're doing, how we're handling that regionally. And so it's ongoing. I think some of the initial questions are answered about what sort of regulations or what governs these things to start. And I think Jeremy's done a great job of that through that community conversation. So I hope that answered your question.
It helps.
Okay, sounds good.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you for being here. No questions. I just, in addition to having amazing drinking water here in the region, I feel spoiled, especially when you travel to different parts of the world, or even here in the United States, you can tell a difference, just the quality that we have. I really like what you pointed on the key takeaways bullet, where you said that there had been so much work done, 20 years ago to improve the planning moving ahead, and like things like TROA I didn't know about until I sat on the board and learned about that. But those were such key moments in our history regionally, where you had folks at the federal level, the states, the local government, and Tumwa had a seat at the table. And so I'd just like to thank you and your organization for having that long-term perspective, because we as Nevadans, if you're born and raised in Nevada, it's ingrained in you to conserve and to take care of this precious resource that we have. We're in a very good position, and I thank you for the education and outreach, but more than anything, just the long-term strategic planning that you guys do is something that should be recognized. So congratulations.
Thank you. And Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your informative report. Thank you.
And we have many partners in this program, and Dr. Padilla is here on another item 10, but I know that we work really closely with him at Tumwa as well, so I just wanted to recognize his presence. But thank you both for your leadership in this space, and I think that we'll continue to work regionally on all of these challenges, and as we grow as a community, we're going to be tackling all sorts of issues, from data centers to figuring out how we're going to modernize our water system and potentially even look at our water reclamation system as one system. It's kind of an exciting time to be in the water space. I know, Danny, you talked down about it, but I think water is the coolest issue, just like Vice Chair Herman. So thank you both. And is there anything else you just want us to take away from today before you go?
I just want to say thanks. I was just saying, we're a bunch of water nerds, and we don't expect everybody else to be water nerds like us. But I just wanted to say and acknowledge Cara for all of her hard work on this. The document, precisely explaining all the information in that document, is a lot of her doing. And so good job, and thanks.
Thank you. Have a great day. We'll be talking soon. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to our proclamation, and I've asked Commissioner Andriola to help us with this, and Manager Thomas.
Thank you. This is a proclamation for the month of January as National Radon Action Month in Nevada. And I believe we have you in our extension, yes, Leslie, to come accept that on our behalf.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Do you want to share?
Yeah, we can go back and forth.
We're doing logistics real
Yay.
quick. Madam Chair, thank
Can't
you
wait.
for the opportunity for us to work through this.
Of course. Well, thank you for your support today. My name is Abby Pike, for the record. I'm here today representing the University of Nevada, Reno Cooperative Extension with this proclamation declaring January 2026 as National Radon Action Month in Nevada. I can read the first one, or do you want to?
So let's make it official.
Okay.
That this is the Board of County Commissioners proclamation.
Okay.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So whereas the state of Nevada, known for its natural beauty, is also home to abundant uranium deposits that, while beneficial in certain applications, naturally break down into radon gas, a colorless, odorless, radioactive gas that can pose serious health threats to residents, and
whereas radon exposure is the leading cause of lung cancer among non-smokers and the second leading cause among smokers, contributing to an estimated 21,000 lung cancer deaths annually in the United States, disproportionately affecting women and posing an elevated risk to Nevadans compared with the national average.
whereas, in addition to lung cancer, emerging research has connected radon exposure to an increased risk of stroke in postmenopausal women, as well as a potential link to childhood leukemia, underscoring the broader public health implications of radon exposure, and
whereas an estimated 1 in 4 homes in Nevada has elevated radon levels, and radon concentrations can vary widely between neighboring homes, making community awareness and individual testing essential. And
whereas testing is the only reliable method to detect elevated radon levels in homes, and this simple, low-cost process can lead to effective mitigation efforts that significantly reduce health risks and improve the safety of Nevada households, and
whereas the University of Nevada, Reno Extension's Nevada Radon Education Program, in partnership with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, continues to support statewide initiatives to educate Nevadans about radon risks, promote mitigation, and encourage radon-resistant new construction.
now, therefore, on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of January as National Radon Action Month, dated this day, the 13th of January, 2026. And Madam Chair, that's in the form of a motion.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abby. Did you want to say anything else?
No, I don't have anything. I appreciate the Commission's support, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for educating our public about this issue. We appreciate it.
Yeah, good seeing you.
Okay, that is a motion. I'm looking for a second on the proc.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is none.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And I'm assuming Commissioner Andrill is an aye since she made the motion, and it's up on your screen. I'll ask her when she's done with the picture real quick. There we go. 5. Thank you. Thank you, Abby. All right, we're now going to move into our donations. If Commissioner Garcia could help us with that.
Yes, of course. Today, I'd like to thank the original vendor, LIT or Lit Workshop, for donating 3 brand new Mod Pods to be used at Safe Camp in the amount of $58,425.
Thank you so much, and I'm looking for a second on that.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I'll take it from the vice chair. And I just want to say this manufacturer, at least according to Manager Thomas, did this because we've been a great partner of theirs. They're really impressed with our program, and they're supporting us by giving us additional resources for the Safe Camp. So I think that just shows how great our team is and how well we're doing with that program. So I just want to commend the whole county team and as well as Karma Box on that. So thank you. Motion and a second. Any public comment on that, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we are now moving to consent. So you heard from Manager Thomas, we're going to pull 8E4, and that will come back next week. Any other comments or questions? Yes, go ahead.
I'd like a further explanation on the record for the folks in the audience and the citizens to understand. Item 8.1, I1, please.
8I1. Okay. Any other commissioners have questions or comments? I'm not seeing anyone. So do you want, we'll pull that and then we'll do a motion for the rest. Okay. So yes.
Madam Chair, does any commissioners have any disclosures they want to make at this time?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, we are going to be donating some money to the Reno Elks Lodge, and I am a member of the Reno Elks Lodge. I don't think this will affect my membership in any way or anything that I do with the Elks or here at the county. So thank you for reminding me.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have a request. I'm sorry, Commissioner Clark, do you mind just making the motion? Because I forgot which one you just pulled.
The one I wanted to pull was 8I1.
Okay. Is that in the form of a motion?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So we have a motion and a second. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is. First up, we have Andrew Sauls, followed by Sarah Bates.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and members of the public. My name is Andrew Sauls, and I represent Green Vibe World. First, I would like to sincerely thank Commissioner Garcia for the proposed $2,500 donation and the board for the opportunity to briefly speak today. This support is meaningful to our organization and to the communities we serve. Green Vibe is a community-focused organization dedicated to environmental stewardship, workforce development, and youth mentorship. Our programs are designed to create real-world opportunities for individuals, particularly at-risk youth, to contribute positively to our community while gaining practical skills, structure, job readiness, and a sense of purpose. Through initiatives like our Green Vibe Guardians program, we align with local agencies to engage young people in supervised community service projects such as environmental cleanups, environmental restoration and education, and most recently, creating defensible space on municipal property to help protect homes from wildfires. These efforts not only improve public spaces, but also support accountability, personal growth, and long-term community reintegration, while at the same time working to reduce recidivism. This donation will directly support program materials, supervision, and expanded service opportunities. We are committed to transparency, measurable impact, and being a responsible partner to the county. Thank you again for your consideration and for your continued investment in programs that strengthen our community from the ground up.
Thank you. We appreciate your service.
Sarah Bates.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah Bates, Washoe County Law Library, for the record. I would like to take a moment to highlight the work of the Washoe County Law Library and our role in supporting access to justice in our community. In 2025, the Law Library assisted a record number of 1,699 participants through the Lawyer in the Library program, while also reducing the program's waitlist numbers by 30% from 2024. This reflects both growing public demand for free legal assistance and meaningful improvements in program operation and efficiency. The Law Library is also working closely with the court to meet upcoming ADA digital accessibility deadlines by remediating court forms and packets so they are accessible to all users. In addition, staff continually review and improve packet instructions to make court processes easier to understand for self-represented litigants. Beyond these efforts, the Law Library provides a vital public space where community members can conduct legal research, attend remote court hearings, electronically file documents with the court, and receive help navigating the justice system. These services continue to strengthen legal access for our community. We truly appreciate the continued support of the Second Judicial District Court bench, the Law Library Board of Trustees, the Board of County Commissioners, and Washoe County. Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak about the Law Library today.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we have a motion and a second. We've taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that passed unanimously. Great. We'll now bring up 8I1 to Manager Thomas.
Thank you. 8I1 is a recommendation to acknowledge and approve, effective February 1st, 2026, for Sparks Justice Court, a waiver of the 6-month cooling-off period for Judge Kevin Higgins. This is the Sparks Justice Court item. I will point out that in the item in the packet, there is a Supreme Court recall, an order that recalls Judge Higgins to service back as Senior Justice of the Peace, but the action before the board here is the waiver of the 6-month cooling-off period. We have typically done this, and my understanding is that Judge Higgins would be available to serve in any of the justice or municipal courts in the state of Nevada for temporary service, provided that he served at least 2 years in office, which of course he has. We also have the Honorable Chris Wilson, who is our Chief Judge of the Sparks Justice Court, here if there are additional questions. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. And the purpose of my asking for this to be on the record is reading this, the public reads this, and there's underlying issues. They may not have access to the packet. They may not understand what's taking place. This judge is retiring, and yet he's going to go right back to work. So is that, in a nutshell, is that an accurate description?
Yeah, my understanding is that I think it's 2 days, up to 2 days a week. We do this in the courts to allow for the judges to help out if there are additional caseload needs. You have a judge that served this long that walks away with a lot of institutional knowledge that is a benefit to the courts as new judges or other judges are either indoctrinated or whatnot. So it's just a continuation of that service. So I can certainly defer to the Chief Judge if there's anything that I missed there. If you'd like to add anything, I'd certainly invite you up to do that.
Certainly, and again, I want to just emphasize that someone's retiring. There's an opportunity for us as commissioners to fill that position. Is that a correct statement based on what we talked about the other day?
So we did receive the notice of retirement effective the end of this month for this judge. The next step would be that the board would either choose to hold the seat vacant or to appoint another judge into that open seat. If I think I got that right, DA Large. Thank you.
So we have the ability, if there's a vacancy, that we can fill that position as a board vote. Is that correct?
Yep. Thank you.
Michael Large, Washoe County District Attorney's Office, for the record. Pursuant to NRS Chapter 4, once a vacancy becomes available on the Justice of the Peace, if it's outside of the election time period, which Judge Higgins' retirement would qualify, the board has the discretion to whether to hold that seat open, as the chair said, or to appoint an immediate replacement for the interim until the next election.
Very well. And the reason I'm bringing this up is I understand that we've had another judge retire in the last couple of years, and now I understand that judge is going to run for an open seat now from another judge who's retiring. So it just looks like, I think the public has a right to understand what's taking place with judges retiring and then still working, and other judges sharing, and sometimes not necessarily in this case, but maybe in other cases, then the other judges are sharing and the savings, the alleged savings of judges retiring. So, but yet the judges retire, and yet they're still called upon, and they're still working in the sense that they're still going to get paid, and they'll have their retirement. So I think the public just has to understand what's taking place in the courts, and again, that's why I wanted to have this discussion versus just a block vote. So in the future, people can look at today and understand what was discussed here. So if the judge wants to share some ideas, I'm happy to hear that and get it on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Judge Chris Wilson. I'm the Chief Judge in Sparks. Just got elected to that position from the other judges. Thank you. Yes, Judge Higgins is retiring on the 31st. He has 22 years of experience. He knows our caseload. He knows our procedures. Our court, if you decide to do this, if you want to leave the position open until the next election, the 3 remaining judges are more than willing to cover the caseload. The savings to the county is huge. We believe we can do it, but periodically we would need a little assistance, and having Judge Higgins available would be wonderful. The Supreme Court's already approved him to be a senior judge, so his services are going to be wanted throughout the state, and it would be nice for us to be able to utilize him for the next 6 months. Like I said, he knows our procedures and policies. He knows the caseload. He can even cover our specialty court. He knows the people that are in that program. It just would be a smooth transition for us and the court, and it would leave any potential court congestion having a reduced bench. So, any other questions?
So he got that close to retiring, and just on the way out the door, somebody hooked him and brought him right back in. Is that?
I did that, and it's the amount of institutional knowledge he has is phenomenal. We're not talking about him being in every day. He is going to be retired, and he plans on. He's got big plans for lots of trips for him and his wife, but we would like to bring him in periodically as needed if he's available, obviously.
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to get this on the record, and again, I'm smiling when I say this. I mean, this poor guy gets just close to retirement, and somebody drug him right back in there.
Yes, sir, and that's me. You can blame me. The other judge.
So why even retire, I guess, is the logical question.
And the other judge you were talking about, that's retired Judge Dreiling, and he's going for a district court seat. So that's a higher court level that he's running for. So he's not running for a municipal court or a justice court. He's actually running for district court. So
yeah, but for most of us people in the real world,
absolutely,
retirement means we're done working. That doesn't mean we're positioning ourselves to run for a higher office.
I get it totally.
You know, I mean, you retire, you quit, you leave, and then the next thing you know, you want to go right back to work.
Well, he's my age, and I guess he figured he wasn't done. He had more to offer. So
sure. So again, it's just a question that many people have is when somebody says they're retiring, and I understand a lot of folks that I know have retired and couldn't wait to get back to work because they were busier when they were retired than they were working. They went back to work so they could relax a little bit, but you know, and I'm saying that as a joke. But
yes, sir.
Just wanted to get this on the record, so thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, Chief Judge. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, so any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
There's none.
Any other commissioner comments? Not seeing any. All right, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Clark, do you want to make the motion?
You can.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve item AI1 as presented and on the record twice, once with the data that we've already received that's always available, and two, with the Chief Justice helping to confirm everything. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We're now going to move into our recommended block vote. Madam Vice Chair, do you have a block vote for us?
This is easy.
Great.
10 and 11.
Thank you.
And this is in the form of a motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. I'd like to make a quick disclosure on item number 10. As you know, I'm an employee of the Nevada System of Higher Education at the University of Nevada, Reno, and in no way, shape, or form does this interlocal research agreement impact me and my position, and I don't have any pecuniary interest in it, so I will be voting on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for a second on the motion, Commissioner Garcia.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, any public comment on 10 or 11?
There's none.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that sounds, oh, it's up on your screen.
Commissioner Clark? Thank you.
And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Now we'll move into item 9, Manager Thomas.
Item number 9 is a recommendation for discussion and possible action in regard to the appointment and/or reappointment of commissioners to boards and commissions, alteration of terms or of service on boards and commissions where legally permissible, and other such action as the Board of Commissioners may desire to take in regard to those administrative matters. Boards and commissions for which possible changes to appointments could be made under this item include all of the boards and commissions listed at the end of this agenda as the various boards and commissions that commissioners may be members or liaisons to. too. I think that's a good, important reminder for folks that we always list all of those boards at the end of the agenda. A lot of folks don't make it that far in the agenda, but it's a good area if you're curious on who serves in what board. We have Alexandra Wilson here to walk us through that process.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the commission. Alexandra Wilson here for the record. This is our standard item that we do annually as we have appointments that expire every year, some 2 to 4 years. I did want to note, and I had a couple comments to put on the record before we proceed. There was a question in regards to in selecting the new chair, if there were any positions that transfer. And then we have concluded that the only seat that changes is with our investment committee, the Washoe County Investment Committee. In Washoe County Code, the chair of the commission is the chair of the investment committee, and they appoint the second primary member on that board. In addition to that, I know that we had some questions as far as the TRPA for the alternate. I know that in talking with the DA, he did want to do additional research on whether TRPA allows a lay member who is serving on our advisory planning commission, which will come before the board next meeting. So if we want to keep that, if we don't want to select that member today, we can do that and bring it at a future agenda item, but that's an option that you have.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I have a few changes I'd like to make, but I want to open it up to the board members. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? Or do you want to stay the same?
I would be happy to stay with the ones I have.
Great, thank you so much. Commissioner Garcia?
Likewise, I'd like to stay with the same ones I have.
All right, wonderful. Commissioner Andriola?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, would like to stay where I'm at, but I would like consideration for the RSCBA.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Clark?
I'd like to hear what your comments are before.
All right. Thank you. So for TRPA, after talking to DA Large, I'd like to have a layperson be my alternate who also serves on our APC committee because he's doing the good work of Tahoe every day. And I want to make sure that if I can't make the meeting, I have someone who understands, not that any of the people at this board wouldn't understand, but who's ingrained in the issue. So I think what I would like to make a change is the alternate on that and leave it open for our next meeting. Is that right, DA Large?
Michael Large, for the record. Yes, Madam Chair. If that's the appetite of the board, my recommendation is that we appoint a primary, and then we hold that in abeyance. I have call into TRPA's council, and regarding whether someone can serve in both on the advisory board and then as an alternate on the regular board. Okay. And I just need some clarification. I didn't have time to get that fully researched, and I want to make sure that we have the right thing. And so for the next meeting, we should have that done, and we can appoint, if the appetite of the board is to do so, we can appoint a layperson to that position.
Okay, I still want to maintain my role as the main person. That's the one change I want to make on that. And then for the RSCBA board, I would like to recommend Commissioner Andriola to that position. So those are the two changes that I'm recommending today. If there are no other changes, I'm happy to make that motion. Any other board members? Not seeing any. So I will make that motion to, second. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second by the Vice Chair. And Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
There is none.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. All right, that motion is approved. Well, let's see. It's gonna pop up, there it is, on your screen. It is approved unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Okay, we'll now move into item 12. Manager Thomas.
Item number 12 is discussion and direction to staff for the possible use of more than 4 hours of staff time as requested by Commissioner Mariluz Garcia at the October 14th, 2025 Board of County Commission meeting to determine if individual parcels of land not owned by Washoe County and not currently being assessed taxes can and or should be reviewed for ownership by Washoe County or adjacent property owners. The current issue is that many Many of these parcels of land have no responsible or responsive owner to manage the properties, which leads to illegal dumping or illegal camping without the ability for adequate enforcement. We've got Assistant Manager Dave Solaro here to walk us through. I know he's got some information on the item before you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Dave Solaro, Assistant County Manager. First off, just a little stage setting. Some of you are probably wondering, why is this item coming before the board? I think maybe some of the community is wondering that as well. As you will recall, you have rules of procedure that govern kind of the way you all operate. One of the items in there, item 5.8, more specifically 5.8.1, actually requires that the entire board weigh in on any item that is a change in direction for staff of 4 hours or more. And this is important because it came up during the assessment of the Office of the County Manager. And quite frankly, staff across the organization have gotten a little loose in that when you say something from this dais, it means a lot to the staff that are watching this, these proceedings. And sometimes they will just jump on whatever the request is and start going down a path. Our department heads, they're the ones that really need to make sure that the work of the employees is done to implement your policies. And sometimes the requests are simply requests for information, and that's great. They take a little bit of time. We just rip through those. There's a section of that covered in your rules of procedures as well. Other things, however, take quite a bit of time. In this instance, we've got a request from Commissioner Garcia. Thank you very much for being the guinea pig on this new process. I hate to put it in those terms, but really this is a way to kind of reset the way we do business within Washoe County. Operationally, we are implementing the policies of the board. Sometimes we need to make sure that the resources we've got are focused in the right locations. That's why we have a strategic plan. That's why we follow a strategic plan. But things do come up outside of that strategic plan, and this is a way to get those things focused. You are all very aware of the priorities in the planning world. So we've actually implemented this a little bit differently in the planning world, where we're actually asking you for the priorities so we can focus our staff on those certain priorities in a way that is meaningful to you all. You also understand when staff wants to request a change to county code, we bring you an item. It is a request to initiate a code change. It's very similar. So this is really the third part of that, which is you all looking for things to be done in Washoe County by our staff that are outside of the strategic plan or outside of the work, the day-to-day work that we are working on. So that's why you're seeing this. It's not that we're, upending the cart, but we are getting to the point where our resources are stretched pretty thin. And so our ability to be responsive to you all is getting more and more difficult. And so this is a way to help our department heads really focus on the work at hand. So specifically with the ask today, there are a lot of departments that could be involved in this process, from the district attorney's office, the assessor's office, the treasurer's office, community services. Lots of different departments are going to actually have to be involved. The public administrator is another one in this specific request. So with that, I will jump into the request. And Commissioner Garcia, feel free to jump in at any time if I'm getting this wrong. However, throughout Washoe County, we have instances in a couple of different ways where essentially the property becomes abandoned. Whether that's a deceased owner and no probate action has started, or in some instances, specific to Sun Valley, here's a good example here, where we have this highlighted pink section of roadway. When it was developed, when it was parceled out, that section of roadway was actually a separate parcel owned by a property owner. That property owner has since become deceased. This goes back to the question that Commissioner Clark had in his ride along with the HOPE team. We end up in locations like this where we essentially have a roadway with an owner that is not around. There is no owner. These properties over the years had gone into trustee ownership of the county, so the treasurer became trustee of these parcels, but they are not the owner of the parcel. We had some instances in South Reno, the toll road area, where someone needed to get an easement across one of these properties. Washoe County was listed as the trustee. The treasurer was listed as the trustee. However, we can't enact a property right on that property. It is not
ownership of Washoe County. And so the treasurer's office actually went and reverted all of those deeds back to the actual owner. But now we have a problem that there is no owner, right? And so things like this start to occur. People start to squat on these properties or illegally dump on these properties, and there's really not a clear mechanism. In the past, Washoe County would pick these properties up and they would become a roadway. That also then comes with expectations of the community on the how do we actually maintain those roadways? What does that really look like? We don't have the resources to then, create. A lot of these are dirt roads access. A lot of them, when someone buys a piece of property, they buy the property with the access as it is. There's an expectation, if Washoe County owns this, it should be paved, it should be brought up to the standard. As you all know, we require developers to bring that up to standard before we accept those streets. And so lots of different issues. This is one, again, of a property that's a roadway. Here's another one that many of you are aware of. This is Quartz Lane. We've actually done abatement proceedings on this property. We have gone through the nuisance process and created this as a public nuisance. About 5 or 6 years in the making. We've been out to this property at least 3 different times to clean it up. So these are the types of things that occur. We also have, this is an example of a property where it really needs to go through probate proceedings. There is a deceased owner. There is someone squatting on the property. Washoe County has no legal right to go on and clean up this property. And Commissioner Garcia definitely sees this as a public nuisance. This is a fire hazard. It is a safety issue. Again, this is not all specific to Sun Valley. We have this in South Reno. We have this in areas of Horizon Hills, North Reno. There are locations that through whatever occurs, we have these properties, and it's very hard for Washoe County staff to actually step in through either the sheriff's office or current code enforcement to do anything with these properties. So we're proposing that we ask the board to take staff time from various departments to really understand case-by-case properties. We do have a list from the HOPE team. We have a list through community services and the code enforcement on properties that are problematic for us to really see if we can dig down on each of those properties and solve the problem of this public nuisance within the community. And it's not a quick, simple solution. Some might be, but each of these will have to come back to this board for action of some sort. But we really want to be able to understand from your perspective as a board as a whole, is this something that we should expend staff time to take care of? So quite a bit of information in the staff report, but maybe I'll turn it over to Commissioner Garcia if there's anything.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, ACM Solero. First, thank you to the county manager's office, the DA's office, and staff. All of you have been putting up with me for quite some time on this issue, and I thank you for your patience. It's really important to me because these quality of life issues not only impact the surrounding neighbors, it impacts, the church next door and the elementary school 2 doors down, and it's really, it's awful when you see it with your own eyes. You can hear about it, you could talk about it all day long, but I'm glad that Commissioner Clark did the ride along and saw it with his own 2 eyes, because it's hard to describe the amount that has accumulated over the last 3 years. So, when I first got elected, I immediately started honing in on the illegal dumping, the abandoned vehicles, and the neighborhood blight. And thanks to staff working with me in my discretionary funds, I started putting forth a tremendous amount of my own discretionary funds to do those community cleanups. And just to give you an idea, there is some proactive work that goes along with this, and I'm happy to do that proactive work, but at some point we need some systemic change. And so the proactive work, in the 3 cleanups that we've done together here at the county for Sun Valley, over 4,000 tires, over 12,000 pounds of e-waste, over 23,000 pounds of household hazardous waste, 136 large appliances, 75,000 pounds of general waste. And these are drop-off locations. These are community members that are willingly giving us their stuff to help them dispose of. Now, the flip side of that coin is there's many people who would like to get rid of their stuff, but they don't have access to transportation to get it to the drop-off site or to waste management. So I've also pitched, doing private property cleanups with landowners that are open, prioritizing low-income seniors, for example. So that's also another proactive approach that I've been talking about. But this issue is systemic. If you could go back to the picture of the Slope Drive roadway parcel, please. For those of you who aren't familiar, the roadway parcel, if you look at the residence that's like right in the middle of the red rectangle, that is an 80-year-old senior citizen who lives alone. She stares at this every single day, and she's afraid. She's in her home. She watches from her front porch, and it's the most disheartening thing in the world when someone, that has worked her whole life to build up in that home is now, her property goes right up to that invisible line. So she actually owns part of the private property road. It's the brown right next to the red. So she owns right up to the red line, and this gentleman who's there knows exactly where the invisible line is, and the amount of debris, it's bus lengths long. It's not fair to her. It's not fair to the adjoining property, and what it does is it instills this notion that they're not cared about. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, code enforcement can't enforce, Washoe County Sheriff's Office can't enforce. Our hands are tied because of this loophole. And then if you show the picture of the Fifth Avenue property, this has increasingly gotten worse. Again, the private property owner who lives at the back end of that road, it's one little way in, one way out. She's now staring at 14 trailers and RVs in that middle parcel. And it's gotten so bad, it's now spilling onto the Fifth Avenue parcel. It's, when you tell her, call the fire department because she sees embers and flames coming out of the tops of these trailers, and they get there and they don't have any enforcement possibility. Like, this is beyond devastating for these folks, and they're hopeful because we've got the conversation going. So not to make it all doomsday, I really am looking for my fellow commissioners' support on this. You may not see this in your neighborhoods. I do. It almost becomes normalized in Sun Valley, and I'm not okay with that. And so I know there's some creative solutions. I know that we can engage, as you will see in the staff report, there's different opportunities, even fiscal opportunities, for us to look at the Affordable Housing Land Trust or to do land banks like they've done in other communities. So there's a lot of potential here. It is going to require some staff time, but I do think it'll be well worth it. And it could provide us a really nice playbook to move forward so that we can respond quickly and efficiently where it makes sense for our taxpayer dollars, because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers that end up cleaning for these abatements when they get to that public nuisance stage anyway. So we might as well be proactive in our efforts. So I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your passion and hard work on this. I know this has been literally years in the making, so I'm glad that we're finally here. So I just commend you for working so hard on behalf of your constituents. It's an inspiration. Any other board member comments or questions? Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. I have mentioned several times that I've gone out with the HOPE team on several occasions and seeing this, and so thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for bringing this up, because it is a loophole and it needs to be closed. And the fact is that during one of the cleanups in Spanish Springs, they called it, in terms of the organizing of it, is the old Spanish Springs Airport. It is not the old Spanish Springs Airport, but where we went, the dumping that occurred, and I could see that this would be a possible place of exactly what has been described here. And so I think looking at a proactive solution and knowing that there is a loophole and not giving the HOPE team, as an example, and law enforcement and code enforcement the ability and authority to, quite frankly, be able to keep property safe and clean. I mean, driving by this was more than eye-opening and disturbing. One of the residents, when I went on the HOPE team, like I said, I've gone several times, a resident stopped the vehicle that we were in and spoke with the officer and said, can you look at what's underneath that trailer? And I'm pausing because I don't want to describe what was underneath that trailer. the excrement is the best way I will describe it. The unhealthiness is unbelievable. The fact that the folks that are squatting, or whatever the illegal term really is, they know, they were waving to us. The people who were actually in these areas were waving to the officers as we were going by. And there's nothing wrong, they're friendly folks. But it was as if they really knew that there was nothing that law enforcement could do in this case. And so, again, Commissioner Garcia, I'm going to 100% support this. And it isn't just for your district, it's for all of the community. And thank you for all your hard work on this. Thank you.
And Commissioner Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the ride along, I thought as a former assessor, I thought I'd been on every street in the county at one point or another, but there were some areas that apparently I didn't get to see in the past. And so I'm going to support Commissioner Garcia on this, but, you know, I've got some expertise in this, and I don't know what I'm hearing you say. There's some shortcuts here, and so we need to define the scope of our work. And I think the first thing that we need to define is who owns these properties, how long they've owned them. Well, there's companies in town, they're called title insurance companies. They get the information from us, the county, the recorder, the assessor, the clerk, the treasurer. We have all of this information at our fingertips. There's 3,000 realtors here in town, and if you called them up and said, hey, I own this property, and give them the assessor parcel number, they would track down, and we're thinking about listing it, they would be able to find this within 5 minutes. So my first request is, how many parcels are there? The assessor, our assessor, is tasked by the state of Nevada to list, discover, and value everything of value in this county. So the assessor's office, I guarantee within 99.99% knows exactly who owns these folks. The treasurer knows where the tax bill goes. So if somebody's passed away, and then I understand that's kind of a, you know, not every one of these somebody passed away, but title, the chain of title is what it's called. And it sounds like it's a big task, but it isn't. This is one or two keystrokes to plug in the assessor's parcel number, and one of those entities, either the assessor, the treasurer, the recorder, the clerk, would have who owns the property and how long they've owned it. If I said I want to go back 50 years, it might only be one or two. It sounds like a big number, like I'm not going to relive 50 years, but 50 years going back in a title might only be 2 or 3 or 4, maybe 5 transfers of property. Average person lives in their house 10, 12 years. Some of these probably owned were longer. So 50 years is not a big search. So there's ways to shortcut this, but the first step is who owns it. And if the taxes haven't been paid, then we have to take it over as the county. And if we take it over at the county, then we sell it. We sell it to somebody else, and then we know that somebody bought it. And I don't care if it sells for $1 or 50 cents or $2.50. Get it back on the tax rolls, and then whoever owns the property from that point forward can engage us as the county, code compliance. We can be involved and help clean this up. But so that's part of the problem. The real problem is, who in the heck in their right mind, who isn't tweaked out on something, is collecting 950 bicycle rims and 450 used pallets and human feces and on the ground and lives that way. I have farm animals that don't live that way. Okay, so this is we've got 5 or 6 different problems. So I think the first thing we need to do is define the scope of work. And to me, it's who owns the property, why aren't they paying taxes? If they own the property, it's their responsibility to clean it up. And if somebody buys it at a county auction and has the opportunity to view the property and know what the property is worth or what it's going to cost to clean it up, I mean, these are all things that we need to be looking at. And this is a big problem, but the biggest problem is getting people to clean up after themselves. And that's the issue. If this was just raw, vacant land with nothing on it, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But somebody's gaming the system. They figured out, hey, the county's afraid to do something, the sheriff can't do something, so we're going to run amok out here. So let's identify who owns the property. So I'd like to know how many parcels there are and who owns them. And how long have they owned them? And how did they acquire them? The chain of title. Somebody sold somebody something. Some of it was given to the sheriff's department thinks some of this was donated to the county. Did that happen?
So for the commissioner, through the chair, you are correct. That is the first thing, is to figure out who owns these properties. These properties specifically, through our code enforcement, if we have an owner, we work with that owner, and probably 90% of the time that owner is compliant, and we get to the point where we can help them clean up their properties. These are specific instances where, for the roadway parcels, they were parcels owned by someone, and you're right, they stopped paying taxes on them. They went onto the sale list. Nobody purchased a parcel that is.
I'm ready to buy something right now. Put it up for auction.
So again, there are policy implications related to picking up those properties and what needs to be done. There is an example where we have Chocolate Drive in unincorporated Washoe County in Sun Valley, where over the years Washoe County picked up various pieces of these things off of the treasurer trustee list. Now we are out there, grading and updating a roadway for all the right reasons, but all taxpayers of Washoe County are paying for the access rights for these individuals that maybe didn't pay in fairly, we'll say, just the way we treat everybody else. And so you're right, finding the owner is the first thing, and majority of those, when we find the owner, we can get to compliance. What we end up with are these parcels where, this instance on Fifth Avenue, we know who the owner is.
That's a one-off. Can you go back to the one where it's a long, elongated, rectangular?
They're all deceased. Yep. All three of these examples are deceased.
Okay, so that long, elongated one, so that's deceased. So do they have any heirs? And if they don't, then the county needs to foreclose, for lack of a better word, take that parcel back and auction it off. Or go to those adjoining contiguous properties next to them and say, hey, do you want an extra 40 feet on your property? And divide right down the middle of that rectangle, and homeowners, property owners on either side, offer them the opportunity to take that property, and then they can fence it in and get rid of the squatters on that. So there's lots of. It's not going to be a one size fits all. Each of these properties is going to have to be analyzed and what's the best way to get rid of it.
And I think that's what we're doing. Sure. We're giving staff direction
and I'm bringing these items up, and I hope that they're viewed as a valid concern. So I guess the first question is how many properties do we know that are out there?
Sorry, just really quick. DA Large, are you wanting to pop in?
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the commissioner. What I will say is, as we're well aware, property is unique, and each one of these 37 parcels, however, we're going to have to put together a task force involving all of these teams. This board's job on this item is to look at whether we're going to exceed 4 hours, because it will take a long time. You're absolutely right in terms of the chain of title. I've been running chain of titles on the 37 parcels that were sent to me. Each one of these is absolutely in a different spot, and we've got to put a task force together to really get to the bottom of what's on each of those parcels, what's the best move? How do we get it cleaned up? What's the most expeditious way, and what's the legal way?
Sure, and that's what I'm trying to get on the record.
Property without due process.
That's what I'm trying to get on the record is so the public understands what we're doing. I fully support doing this, and I'm not trying to say we shouldn't do this. I'm just trying to say that this can be done, and it should be done, and it should be done in a way that is faster than the speed of government, is what I'm getting at. Make this go a little bit faster and dig into this and work on it. But yeah, I'm totally supportive.
Thank you.
Of this.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Garcia.
Thank you. I was just going to say this discussion is going to take longer than the actual item, so 4 hours. Let's go.
Okay. And before we move on to public comment, Vice Chair, do you have anything?
The whole thing will be based on what we can afford.
There you go.
That's how successful it'll be, so.
Yes, live within our means. Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, any public comment?
We have Heidi Soper signed in.
Thank you.
And after that, Catherine Yarte.
I got to grow up. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's Heidi Soper again. That was very interesting, and so I hope what I have to say kind of does that in more. I'm sure you are all aware of the terrible problem we have with illegal dumping and homeless camps, particularly on Fifth Avenue, Slope Courts, and Carnes Drive. Commissioner Garcia is working hard with the DA's office on increasing enforcement of illegal dumping and camping on private property where the owner is deceased or the LLC no longer exists. I am asking that you approve her request for adequate time, a lot more than 4 hours staff time, to address these encampments and possible fire risks and find a legal way to fix the problem. These properties are not being taxed, and possible ownership by the county or property managers should be reviewed. We've already had a major fire where the entire property was destroyed and thankfully did not take other properties with it. These properties need to be sold to responsible owners who will take care of them, thus avoiding the dumping and camping problems. As it stands right now, the situation leads to no enforcement of the problems. We need to find a way to fix this ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Yarte, followed by Veronica Cortez.
Good afternoon, Catherine Yarte for the record. I am here just in full support of Ms. Garcia and this proposal. I just wanted to add an additional property. It does not belong to me. It actually belongs to a dear friend of mine who is a large animal veterinarian, so she cannot be here. She's working currently. She's in District 2, and she's down on Pinion Drive. She has done the research to find that it is also due to a deceased owner. Part of her road itself, the road is owned by someone. It is not an HOA. And so their road is nearly impassable after the rains. And so for her, being a large animal vet who works emergencies, she needs to be able to get out of her home quickly. When she's on call, she said it would be almost impossible to even get a fire truck to her house if there was actually an issue. There are several elderly people that live on that street as well, and they've just kind of learned to live with it. And she is a new owner, and she's trying to do right by her neighbors. That APN is 017-072-19, and she has confirmed with the assessor's office that the owner has been deceased and the property was never deeded to another owner, so it is abandoned. So I just wanted to get on the record that that property be included in this process. I think this is a great initiative, and it probably affects every district in the county. Thank you.
What was that APN one more time?
017-072-19.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I also think that we can, if there are additional properties that folks come up with, because I know there's one in Verdi I want to get on staff's radar. Go to Reno Direct, or excuse me, Washoe 311. What a flashback! And they'll add it to the list for this this work that staff is doing. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Veronica Cortez. And as she approaches, I do have an email to place on the record for this item.
Thank you.
Are we morning? Are we afternoon? I don't know where we are. We started in the morning, but apparently we're going to finish in the afternoon. My name is Veronica Cortez, for those of you who don't know me. I've seen various faces at various meetings. I hope you can hear me okay. I did want to talk about this because even though I am in District 5, and I support District 5, and I'm on the cab in Sun Valley, and I own a pizza place out there, and I'm a mobile notary, and I'm a lunch lady in Lemon Valley, so I live District 5, However, Garcia and I have been working years on homeless camps. And I know it sounds like a big deal, but in all reality, Garcia and I cleaned up a homeless camp that was 50 feet away from my personal family's property in Sun Valley. How long did it take us? A couple weeks? Maybe a month or two? The one down on Stella? It was a complete homeless biohazard area, and she stepped out of her area, out of her district, to go ahead and work on this project for the people, for me, for my family, for my community. I was in contact by text, email, in person, and I didn't take not one dime. So I'm tired of hearing that we have no money for this stuff. Where's the money? I've been paying taxes since I was 18 years old. I went Virginia Palmer, Billinghurst, Reed, and graduated out of Washoe. I've been working at McDonald's for $3.50 an hour since I was 16 years old. I would go to school at Reed and then go to McDonald's and work. I would go to band camp. I would do band day. I even went to London for the Queen's Band when I played the flute. That's how much I love Washoe County. I was born at St. Mary's. Where's the gas tax to fix our roads? I work for the school district. We have zero funds for the school districts. We have kindergartners kicking teachers in the face. Okay, we have to work on the community, and it has to not be always focused on money. If you know me, you know how many meetings I go to for free. For free. I have a whole book out there. I'm going through meetings because I'm running for County Commissioner District 5. Whether I have the support or not, which I hope I do because you see my face, you know I'm trying to do the right thing and get the wrong people out of where they are because they're not doing the right thing for the people. I'm not here for me. I'm here for the people. And this homeless issue that we have needs to be worked on. If we could get more involvement by the community, then I think that would be better. We have a lot of volunteers out there that love where we live. They love this place and they want to help us. So maybe we can reach out to more public volunteers and then we can get this fixed up. I love Sun Valley. I've been out there since '77. My grandparents came in the 50s. My district representatives, they know me. I do stuff outside. I do stuff all over Washoe County just because I love horses, I love the kids, I love where I'm at, I love my family, but we gotta get better representation of the people. And it's not just this board, it's the boards down below, it's the planning, it's the developing, it's all these corrupt people that are taking payments on the side by all these developers, and they don't care what's happening right now. And when we do come to meetings, they blow us off like unionized kitchen workers or, oh, that's a good suggestion. It's not a suggestion, it's what the people say. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's nobody else signed in.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a great discussion. Commissioner Garcia, I'm going to have you help us with the motion.
Madam Chair, I move to approve that we allocate more than 4 hours of staff time to item number 12 as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you so much. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Commissioner Andriola. We have a motion and a second. We've taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. It's a great day for Commissioner Garcia and the county. Thank you for your leadership on this. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. We will be coming back at 1 o'clock. Yes, and we will continue on with our public hearings. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you all at 1 o'clock.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Just for the record, for people who are online, we are going to have, for item number 16, we're going to keep public comment open in Gerlach.
Thank you.
So please stick around in the room. You're going to be able to talk about 13, 14, and 16. But public comment is available in the Gerlach area.
Thank you. All right, we're taking a break. See you at 1. All right, everyone. It is 1:05. I will call this Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order, and we will be starting with our public hearings. So I'll be opening up our public hearings, and we will start with item 13, which is an appeal. And so, Manager Thomas, if you'll just read a brief intro.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Of course, yeah. This item is an appeal of the Washoe County Planning Commission's approval of special use permit case number WSUP 25-0018 called Iverson Ranch for a high technology industrial use type for drone research and testing and for a private airstrip use type, and appeal of the Washoe County Planning Commission's recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a hazardous material special use permit for a general industrial heavy use type to include explosives testing and use of storage of certain hazardous materials in the high desert planning area as required by state law and Washoe County Code.
Thank you so much. We will start with a brief staff presentation, and then we'll have 10 minutes for both the applicant and the appellant. And so welcome.
Thank you. Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So this presentation does cover both this appeal as well as the next item, which is the hazmat special use permit.
Okay. Well, just a moment. DA Large, do you want us to open up item 14?
I would open
as
up
well?
item 14 as
Okay.
well.
Great. Well, we're going to open up item 14. We got both public hearings. Thank you.
The Planning Commission made a recommendation on item 14, but the Board of County Commissioners has original jurisdiction to approve hazardous waste special use permits. So that would have to come before you anyway.
Okay.
But this is an appeal of both of those, both the recommendation and the approval of the SUP.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
DA Large would like me to read 14 in the record.
Okay,
so we have
thank
them
you.
both before we hear the presentation, so if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Item number 14, to be heard in conjunction with 13, is a public hearing where we will consider a hazardous materials special use permit for general industrial heavy use type to include explosives testing and use of certain and storage of certain hazardous materials in the high desert planning area as required by state law and Washoe County Code.
Thank you so much. All right. Welcome back.
Thank you. Chris Bronzik, Senior Planner, Washoe County Planning. This is for WSUP 25-0018, which is the Iverson Ranch project. This is an overview of the location within the high desert planning area. This is a more zoomed out vicinity map, but it's 26 miles north of Gerlach, and it is located off of County Route 34. It's 320 acres, and it's zoned general rural. There's an appeal before you. This appeal was brought by the Burning Man Project. Their appeal is for the entirety of the project, and part of that appeal request was including two key conditions that were not approved by the Planning Commission, but they were intended to limit the frequency and intensity of the explosives or energetics. The appellant does contend that the issuance not detrimental finding cannot be made without these conditions. The applicants and the appellant did have multiple meetings, and they did bring Washoe County staff into these meetings. A follow-up meeting did occur, and Washoe County staff was able to draft a condition and modify another condition that was agreeable upon the applicant as well as the appellant. And that will be later on in this presentation. The first one is that modified condition. This one is clarifying the 5 Sundays as well as making an exception for medical evac flights related to the private airstrip. And this one's a substantial condition. And this one limits energetic testing to no more than 12 pounds, and it gives a number limitation on detonators, charges, and solid rocket motors. I'm not going to read this one into the record, but this one was drafted and agreed upon by the appellants and by the applicant. The current approved Iverson project is for high-tech industrial, for drone research, for explosive testing, which is that general industrial heavy use type, and for private airstrip use type. It also includes modifications as well as outdoor storage. This is located in the high desert, and so one thing that's unique about the high desert is there's modifiers that allow certain use types within the general rural regulatory zone that is not normally afforded elsewhere in the county. Those use types listed above do all require a special use permit, with the general industrial heavy, the hazmat explosives, requiring additional public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners. The applicants state that the size of the drones that are associated with this use type will be the size of dinner plates, and it will take place over the Iveson project as well as adjacent BLM land. There's an existing airstrip on the property located at the north end, and it does span 2 parcels. The applicants state that 75% of access to this proposed project will take place via air travel. This is that airstrip in question. The yellow is over BLM land, and the blue is over the Iveson project land. One of the conditions of approval is the applicants will be required to get written BLM approval before use of this airstrip. They've indicated outdoor storage areas. No explosives will be stored within this area, but things subject to the operations of their project will be stored in this area. So explosive testing in general industrial heavy. Before you, that blue area is where the overall Iveson Ranch project, the living area, the existing ranch buildings are. And that yellow area to the south of the that living area, that's where the explosive testings will take place. No explosives will be dropped from any drones. They will be done in a fixed location on a secure range. And as part of this, there is hazardous materials associated with it, and there are state laws that regulate how we go through this process. The energetic material that is subject to the hazardous materials is listed on the screen, and there are 5 total regulated materials. So ATF is heavily involved in this project. I'm not going to go through each of these, but ATF does regulate the licensing, the storage, and the record keeping of the explosives. So anytime the applicants will remove explosives or store explosives, there's a record that they have to keep to stay in compliance with the ATF. Because this does contain explosives and hazardous materials, the applicants do have fire safety on site, including 2 4,000-gallon water trucks, 3 utility vehicles, as well as coordination efforts with Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. So there's a lot of consultation that went through this project, and that's dictated by state law. Everybody that is listed before you, including the Emergency Management and Homeland Security Director, as well as the State Fire Marshal and DEP, were all consulted as part of this project. There were multiple neighborhood meetings that the applicants did hold, as well as taking this project to the Gerlach Empire Cab on November 13th. There were concerns related to the hazardous material as well as the overall explosives and impacts to wildlife. And staff was able to make all the required findings associated with the special use permit. This is possible motions related to the appeal. So you can affirm the decision of the Planning Commission with the amended conditions. You can reverse it, or you can affirm as is. And then I've also put the hazmat special use permit motion before you as well. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. Do we have staff questions from board members? Not seeing any. Okay. Then the applicant, if they would like to come up. If they don't want to come up, they don't have to.
All right. Thank you for your time today. Thank you to the staff of this county for their time over the last several months as we've reviewed this application. I am the general manager for BRDR Properties. I'm a former Air Force Special Operations pilot. I've got about 10 years of experience operating drone systems and working in our national security environment to try to provide important technologies to enable this nation to succeed in the years ahead. This project is one such example of that effort. And I'd like to share with you some of the details, both that are pertinent to the votes that you'll take today, as well as the broader context for this project, because I think it's important for the community to understand what it is that you're supporting here and all the ways that it benefits both our nation, this county, the state, and the Gerlach community. So to begin with, drones as systems have been seen over the last few years, especially in Ukraine, but they've been used by our military and by private law enforcement, private entities, road survey, agricultural uses, and other important economic benefits across the world and in this country. Unfortunately, the vast majority of those systems are made in China today. Approximately 90% are of Chinese origin as sold around the world, and companies like ours intend to change that balance, and we'd like to do that work right here in Nevada, if you'll allow us. For the county here, I think you all have an important opportunity. Washoe County, extending north into the northern county reaches in the Black Rock Desert, is an important test asset for businesses like ours. So while the military operates many test ranges, the vast tracts of BLM land, open airspace, and lack of electromagnetic frequency spectrum allocation in those kind of northern reaches of the desert here is an important benefit for a company like ours that needs to test our systems. So we do all that test in coordination with the FCC. We do that test in coordination with the FAA. We do that test in coordination with the ATF. But for this county to grant this permission to our business is important to sending a signal that you all are open for business in a growing technological vertical that I think has a lot of economic benefit to both this county and the state. For the Gerlach community, we intend to bring 8 to 12 jobs. These are jobs that will average between $80,000 and $100,000 a year in pay. With benefits allocations, you're talking about $125,000, $130,000 of expense for our business per job. Those benefits are health care, matching 401ks, a concerned employer who treats their employees well, and integrates them in a growing business that provides opportunities like equity compensation. This is unusual for Gerlach, and I think it's something that this board and this county should give good pause to and think about whether or not those are the kinds of jobs you want to bring into rural America. Those jobs can function side by side with traditional industry in Gerlach. So we do not conflict with the mines. We do not conflict with cattle grazing rights. So there's a future for Washoe where we can demonstrate this blend of high tech and historically precedent jobs and opportunity and have those demonstrated side by side. And I think it's a really exciting opportunity to both safeguard the environment, work with a business like ours that's well-intentioned, transparent, and ethical, and provide new and exciting economic opportunities for this community. I do have some slides I'll step through quickly here. I know you all have had a chance to review, and I'd like to answer any questions, but we could advance to the next slide.
The clicker's right on.
Oh, I have that. All right, I have the technology. All right, so this special use permit is pertinent, although we talk a lot about drones. This is about really fundamentally granting us permission to make right the runway, which was built by the previous landowner, but segregates BLM land and our privately owned property. Additionally, it gives us the ability to store in a non-obtrusive way some of the equipment that we need to use. And it gives us permission to use energetics, which I think is the main focus, obviously for the Board of County Commissioners, but also for much of the public interest in this project. We also ask for variance to some standards. As has been previously discussed, we are about 26 miles north of Gerlach. We're about 2.5 miles from our nearest inhabited neighbor. We're about 6 miles from the Fly Geyser and Fly Ranch project that Burning Man operates. We're about 11 miles from Black Rock Playa and about 13 miles from the actual site of the Burning Man event on the playa. And we're quite a ways from Gerlach. I think at some point in this project it came up that our distance from Gerlach is about the same as the distance of Reno from Carson City, although many of our employees live in Gerlach. The outdoor storage I don't think is of question, but just this is an important part of the project for us to do things legally. And I think I bring this up because this is one of the things that a business like ours could probably pretty easily get away with not asking for permission to do out in that part of this county. We intend to be fully transparent and compliant with the guidelines and responsibilities that we have to the county and to our neighbors. And so we're going to do that throughout this project and demonstrate our commitment to being an ethical operator. We discussed the runway. I do think it's important to note the size of the aircraft operating on this runway, very small. It's a gravel strip, about 3,500 feet long today. We will make improvements to it once we have permission to do so. The aircraft operating are quite quiet, but we do ask for some noise variance to enable us to cross over the section line defining our property from the BLM's property. So in that moment, the aircraft is making more noise than you're supposed to have an aircraft making noise on a property line. We are not asking for a variance from noise for the munitions activity. And this is a distinction that I think that has come up with the public a bit. There are concerns about noise. I'll describe to you why we think those concerns are a little bit overstated. But under county noise ordinances, the munitions activity does not come anywhere close to violating standard noise levels. The aircraft, as it's on takeoff roll, will be making more noise at that moment that it's crossing from the 2/3 of the runway that is on our land to the 1/3 that is on the BLM land. And so the BLM could bring a noise complaint against us under county code, and we're asking for variance from that very narrow section. The energetics, so ours is a drone company that makes a lot of different kind of product, and we have intention to make a vast array of products that can support conservation efforts, agricultural efforts, law enforcement, the military. Some of our existing customers do use their drone product to fly munitions. And because of that, we would like to have a better understanding of some of the electrical circuitry in our drone, up to the point of using a blasting cap and demonstrating that the blasting cap can be charged and armed from the drone electrical systems. So to that end, we've procured a magazine. We would like to store in that magazine the equipment that would allow us to test up to 10-pound charges. Burning Man, in the condition that we jointly agreed upon, we increased that number to 12 pounds just because we don't always know exactly what's around the corner. But the vast majority of this activity is actually blasting caps, which are about 1 gram of explosive material, still regulated by the ATF, still required for us to appear before you today. They are hazardous material. I don't want to minimize that, but this is approximately the same kind of size charge as in a 22. It makes about the same noise signature. So we're talking about a very small trace amount of explosive material. We're not testing new materials, right? We are not testing liquid rocket motors like the Rocketdyne incident. We're testing solid rocket motors, we anticipate. And we're not flying munitions on drones at this site. As has already been discussed, it's in the southwest corner of our property and about half a mile from 34, about 2.5 miles from our nearest inhabited neighbor. Now, I don't think I can press play on this video, but I just wanted to kind of show what we're talking about here. This is a blasting cap. And I apologize, but it's not very exciting. Okay, so this is about 75% of the activity we're doing. So I apologize to you all in the county that this is something that the ATF requires and the state of Nevada requires that we talk about today.
Wait, how big is that piece of material?
How big is it?
Is it like a foot or just out of curiosity?
Yeah, there's just basically a fuse there in that particular application. The actual blasting cap material is only about, 1 inch long.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, and then we do intend to do some solid rocket motor testing. So before we play the video, this is the Tripoli test site for hobbyist rocket motor testing and rocket launches is about 12 miles from the Iveson Ranch. For hobbyists to do this, it's perfectly legal. For us as a commercial business to do this, we need to appear before you today. Additionally, we would like to fix to the ground a test stand to enable more scientific measurement and testing than is possible when you actually launch the rocket, and it's moving up pretty quickly away from the Earth. So we can play this. These are a little louder and more exciting. Would you be able to play that video? No sound. Okay, well, at about, we're talking about 80 decibels at about 300 yards. So by the time we get to Route 34, based on the depression that the bowl that we sit inside of, we believe that very few people will ever hear. Certainly not from inside of an automobile, not standing next to an automobile, not standing in the open terrain with wind in your ears. But on a calm day, on a cool day, you may hear these rocket motors if you're standing on a neighbor's property. We'll do about 40 tests like that per year at most. And then if you guys could turn up the volume on this one, just not too loud, but this is a 12-pound charge, which is larger than anything we intend to test, but the best video we had. Okay, audio's not quite working today, but again, this is at a few hundred yards, you'd probably mistake this for a 12 gauge going off, which many people fire on the BLM lands around the Iverson. And just like to reinforce before taking any of your questions that over the last 6 months, we've met with a number of folks in the county, and I stand ready to continue to have those engagements. Just because we get a vote in favor of this project today, if you're so kind as to grant us that, our business will be one that intends to be a member of this community for many years. And with that comes a responsibility to be engaged in the community, to meet with those who are concerned, and to continue to work with them to understand both the things that we are doing, the things that we're not doing, and the things that may continue to legitimately be concerned. And we want to be sensitive to that. We've spoken with members of the Gerlach community about some young folks driving through town a little bit faster than the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit. Those behaviors we will address, and I'll be proactive. I spent about 18 years in the military now, and we have a variety of employees. We have employees who are 19 years old, and we have employees who are 75 years old, and all of those individuals in between will take care to ensure are concerned members of the community. In the year that we've owned the property, many of them have joined the volunteer fire department in Gerlach. They have sought to get involved in some of the community service organizations in the town. They have sought to educate their neighbors and invite folks over for ranch parties and Christmas parties. That's not going away after this vote. I want you all to understand, and anyone who might be listening, that we want to be a part of this community for many years, and we intend to uphold our promises, and we intend to talk with anyone who has concerns. So with that, thank you for your time. I put my email up here. Please feel free to email me anytime, night or day. I will get back to you within 24 hours, and I'll address your concerns. And today, if any of you have questions, I'm excited to speak about drones, munitions, Iverson, and the beautiful deserts of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Thank you very much. And then the appellate.
Good afternoon. Marissa Furman on behalf of the appellant, Burning Man Project. For some background, Burning Man is a nonprofit that has held the Burning Man Arts and Culture event year after year, nearly drawing 80,000 people from around the world to the Black Rock Desert. Burning Man owns several properties within the immediate vicinity to the subject site. As you've heard from the applicant, for example, as you can see here, we have 3 properties in different colors. You'll see Fly Ranch shown in red. And then looking at this next map, for context, you can see the Iverson Ranch in red, and then Fly Geyser just to the southeast there, just about 6 miles away. The protection and preservation of the subject area is at the forefront of Burning Man's involvement with this application, and which has sparked several conversations in collaboration with the applicant. I won't belabor the point, but as staff mentioned, some conditions were put forth jointly at the November 20th Planning Commission meeting. Only 2 of those conditions were actually incorporated into the approval. So as a result, Burning Man quickly appealed, and that is why we are here today. After that appeal, those collaborative conversations continued with the applicant and with staff. As a result of these conversations, we have come up with 2 additional agreed upon conditions that you have heard, I'm sure, a lot about in the last few weeks and earlier today in the presentation. As of now, we are happy to report that Burning Man, the applicant, and staff are now aligned on the 2 conditions set forth in the staff recommended modified conditions, I believe set out in attachment H of the appeal documents. And just for the record, I would like to go through both conditions. First, proposed condition 1Y, which reads, applicable to energetics, the applicant has proposed and consents to conditioning the hazardous materials SUP on the following limitations, which shall also be reflected on the operational plan submitted to the fire district for any explosive permits. Energetic testing of no more than 12 pounds of explosive and/or detonative material per test. Energetics test frequency is limited to 5 tests per day and no more than 375 tests within a 12-month period, including up to 260 detonators, up to 40 1-gram to 5-pound charges, up to an additional 40 1-gram to 12-pound charges, up to 40 solid rocket motors, total tests not to exceed 375 tests within a 12-month period. I'll move on to the second modified condition, applicable to private airstrip. And again, this is modified condition 1V. Airplane and drone flights on Sunday shall not exceed 5 Sundays per year at the applicant's discretion, with the exception of medical evacuation flights, which shall not be included in this limitation. So these 2 conditions, they fit squarely within Washoe County's statutory duty to specially appraise these special use permits involving hazardous materials. These measures seek to protect the health and safety of Washoe County residents and further mitigate any potential impacts by the proposed use. It appears at this point all parties are comfortable moving forward with this approval based on the addition of these 2 conditions. So based on that, Burning Man respectfully requests that this board affirm Washoe County Planning Commission's approval of WSUP 250018 and recommendation for approval of the hazardous material special use permit with the modified conditions of approval to include the above-mentioned staff condition 1Y and modified condition 1V. Lastly, on behalf of Burning Man, I would just like to extend my gratitude to both staff and the applicant for being so cooperative and collaborative throughout this whole process. And ultimately, we reached a resolution, and it worked out well. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the appellant? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much. All right, I'm now opening it up to board discussion. Any board discussion on this matter? Commissioner Andriola.
I don't have any board discussion, but I definitely really think you are a model of working together and for the benefit of everyone. And for full transparency, I've met with both the applicant and the appellant, and I think it's important to disclose that. And I know I shared with both of you, the applicant and the appellant, during those meetings that, again, I don't know if it's the Burning Man wish that you can put into place during before the Burning Man or the man is set on fire or what, but if you could do that for every appeal, that would be wonderful. Because this is an example of how coming together and working together can have a benefit for all. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've met with the applicant and the applicant's staff, and I think that they're approaching this in the right way. They're going to conduct some very important research there, and they're also going to, I think they're going to be very good neighbors to the Gerlach community. Our rural community out there needs some fresh ideas and some fresh blood, and and some new jobs, and these aren't just jobs, these sound like careers, and it'll be a good opportunity for those folks out there. I believe that they'll be involved with many things out in the Gerlach area, firefighting and just the whole community. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to support them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, Madam Clerk, this is a public hearing. I will open up the public hearing portion. Is there any public comment?
First up, we have Catherine Yarte.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Catherine Yarte for the record. I had the pleasure of attending the Gerlach Cab that they presented at with the Iveson Ranch, and I just want to say I agree with Commissioner Andriola. It's great to see that they were able to come to an understanding. My intent to speak today was actually to advocate for the residents of Gerlach, that if they are in support of this, that's who we represent and who you have been elected to represent. And if the Gerlach residents are in support of this, and I think it should move forward with their wishes in mind, as this is going to affect them directly every day of the year, as was mentioned in earlier comments. The opportunity for employment is also a huge benefit for such a small town, and I think it also shines a light on the responsibility of the county to start looking at the potential for getting more housing out there. Housing is a huge struggle for that region, and using this as an opportunity to maybe encourage some builders and contractors to look out there to get some more housing for those residents is something that we can hopefully leverage this development for. So, thank you.
Thank you.
That's everybody in chambers, but we do have Elizabeth Gamble in Gerlach.
Thanks, that worked well. Not to beat a dead horse, Elizabeth Gambrell, Gerlach, Nevada, and yes to everything that went on here today, because it has been a beautiful process. Burning Man is very aware of how difficult it is sometimes to operate out here, and they have a fabulous staff looking into all of this. We do a lot out here with handshakes, and that's pretty much what happened between the staff at Iveson and Burning Man and the community, is because they agreed to everything we needed in order to be comfortable, and they worked with Burning Man and they got comfortable. So I do believe that approving this with the proposals that were made by the appealer would be great for everybody in my community. Thank you to staff for all their hard work as well.
Thank you, Ms. Gambrell.
That's everybody who signed in, and I do have one email to place on the record.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not sure if we can put that motion back up on the screen. It's in the presentation.
Madam Chair,
Great.
I'm
All
happy
right.
to make the motion
Thank
based
you.
on the staff report that we all work hard to read. I'll move, and I'm going to ask for legal. Would you like me to make it one big motion? And I can if you'd like.
I would make it two separate motions,
Okay.
one on the appeal and then one on the approval of the SUP for the hazardous material.
So we'll vote for each one of those motions, just for clarification.
Yes,
Thank
let's
you,
do
Madam
it.
Chair.
Absolutely.
Move to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission approving WSUP 25-0018 Iveson Ranch and recommending approval to this board of the hazardous material SUP.
Thank you so much. Looking for a second. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Yes.
I apologize. So there was Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So there were three motions.
Yep.
And one of those motions is to approve as
It's the
is.
third one. May I rescind my motion, please, to, that I just stated?
I knew.
Yes.
Did you
the
know that I
motions
was
were
going to
going to get
rescind?
confused.
I got it.
You
No,
got it,
I got
girl.
it. I promise.
The amended conditions.
I promise. Did we have a second on that?
I did, but I
Okay.
can take it back to
You'll-
include the amended
okay,
conditions.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
Move to affirm the decision of the planning. We were making sure staff was paying attention. That's really
He's
what
on
we were
it.
doing, sir, and thank you. Move to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission approving WSUP 25-0018 Iveson Ranch with the modifications set forth in the conditions of the approval, adding a new condition 1Y and amending the language of condition 1 fee based upon the ability to make all 5 of the special use permit findings required by WCC Section 110.810.30 and 110.810.42, paragraph D, based on the record and evidence presented today.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. We have taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's up on your screen. And that motion passes unanimously. And now we're looking for the second motion. I don't know if Commissioner Andriola wants to try
I'm
to
ready.
stab.
I
Thank
only
you
have
so
one child.
much.
Get this one,
You'll
100%.
do great.
Move to approve a hazardous materials special use permit for BRDR Properties LLC for Iveson Ranch to allow a general industrial heavy use type to include explosives testing and use and storage of certain hazardous materials on APN 066-030-05 as required by NRS 278.147 and Washoe County Code Section 110.810.42 with the hazardous materials conditions of approval included in Exhibit E. Having made all 5 findings in accordance with Washoe County Code, Section 110.810.42, paragraph D, the hazardous materials that are permitted to be on site have the following CAS numbers: 121-82-4 RDX, 118-96-7 TNT, 78-11-5 PETN, 2691-41-0 HMX, and 7790-98-9 AP.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. We have a motion and a second. Any other public comment, Madam Clerk, that we've taken it all, right?
Since the items were combined,
Okay,
Elizabeth
we're good.
signed up for both, so she got to speak.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's up on your screen. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Congratulations. Thanks for working together. This is an exciting day for the county, and thank you for your service to our country, and we're excited to be part of this patriotic project, so thank you. Okay, we are going to our next public hearing, which will be item 16, and if Manager Thomas could help us.
15.
Oh, 15, excuse me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We're on item number 15. It's a public hearing involving the master plan amendment for case number WMPA 25-0005 and regulatory zone amendment case number WRZA 25-0006. It's a long item, so I'm going to abbreviate, but the
Yes.
first part is consideration of the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt amendments to the Washoe County Master Plan, Sun Valley Master Plan land use map as listed under item 15, subsection 1 on the agenda. And 2, the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt an amendment to the Sun Valley regulatory zone map, which is listed as item 15.2, and 3, subject to a finding of conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan by the Regional Planning Authorities to adopt a resolution sponsoring an amendment to the 2024 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan to change land designation from of the subject parcel from Tier 3 to Tier 2. And again, these are all listed on your agenda under
Okay.
item 15.
Thank you very much. Would the team want a brief presentation? No? Okay, we're doing okay. All right, well, with that, do we have any discussion from the board on this item? I'm not hearing any. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There's no one signed in.
Okay. Do you have any comments, Commissioner Garcia, and since this is your district?
I do. I would like to hear from the rest
Sure.
of my colleagues on this one. And I appreciate staff's time. And Chris, thank you for the presentation that you gave. It's Chris, right? To the presentation that you gave to the Sun Valley Cab. I tuned in for that and was able to listen to the questions and concerns shared that evening. So I know at that meeting you had mentioned several times that it's changing the colors on a map and that it's land use stuff. And That said, I do feel that it's important that we balance that growth with the infrastructure. So we're looking at 10 square miles with over 20,000 people. And so I don't take this decision lightly. It is my district. I live just a few blocks away. And so I get to hear and see and feel what it's like on a daily basis. And so maybe I'm looking at it with a little bit more stringent lens, but I did want to hear if any of my other colleagues had some things to say first.
Okay. Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? And Commissioner Andriola?
Can we put in a condition of burning the Burning Man and putting in some type? The amount of time that I think all of us spend in preparing for meetings is really important, and I think it reflects the questions and our dedication and being committed to really thoroughly coming with as much information as possible. I watched, for full disclosure, the meeting in its entirety. I even rewatched many of the points that were made. The reality is that, and we all feel it, I feel it in my district in terms of traffic and growth and the balance of that, because it's hard. You want to ensure that all I's are dotted and T's crossed, and we do have a responsibility to act in a quasi-judicial role, and so following the law is important for all of us. The fact is that there isn't a project in terms of this particular item in front of us. This is a change, a request, if you will, for to adopt amendments for the master plan for Sun Valley, and the awareness of some of the plans that are going to happen in terms of traffic flow with the RTC connector and with, for instance, again, because it really butts up to my district, if you will, not that it doesn't touch others, but even the recent changes with, actually I was on the Planning Commission when that Highland Ranch 7 Ridges was approved, and seeing the traffic flow and how that traffic flow is being handled until there's a better corridor of traffic. And what really took me to rewind and replay was the number in terms of density. It is, for everyone who has done their homework, they can understand that we are talking about a significant number of potential, even though this isn't a project, but the fact is that this could move forward. And even though it will go through a process, the reality is that it was really a struggle for me to make all of the findings, to be honest with you. And I am anxious to hear others who I know have done an immense amount of work in terms of looking at those 18 plus acres going to 14, some of it being designated to open space, but the density issue and that change of what that looks like, where there already is an accommodation as it stands right now, as it's zoned for development, and the surrounding school and how that is all put together is just, I think, needs an additional rework in terms of thinking what we can do to ensure that we are meeting that balance of, we all need housing, everyone knows that, but at the same time, we have to balance that in terms of what it can handle. And so I'm just struggling with this, to be honest with you. I'm just really struggling with this particular item. And so I'm not sure if that's helping or not, but that's where I'm at. I'm just really struggling. It's not so easy. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Clark?
No comment, thank you.
Okay. Well, I may be on my own here. I agree with staff and the Planning Commission on meeting the findings. I think that if we're going to have better public transit, we do need denser communities. I know the infrastructure comes after, and it's brutal. I know that. I have that issue in my district as well, as we're looking to make sure that we have adequate housing for our communities, and we have a messed up tax system, and I know I talk about that a lot. And but I do think that I feel like the findings are there. I would move forward with the recommendation from the Planning Commission, but I'm also, I may be alone in that today. So yes.
May I ask legal a question? One of the procedural processes in this particular instance, or in anything that's like this with a change amendment, is that if this moves forward, it would go through regional planning.
The item number, as outlined in the staff report, it does have to go to regional. In item number 3, it's subject to their conformance review. Anything that we do on our master plan amendment. And Planner Olander can speak to that as well.
Julie Olander with Planning and Building. For the record, yes, this item, if it is approved by this body, then it would move forward to regional planning, and they would review it for conformance with their plan for the master plan element of this request.
And so what I find interesting is the cart before the horse a bit, because if regional planning, and I sit on regional planning, past chair of regional planning, so in terms of the governing board, not the actual planning commission, but the reality is that it sometimes feels, and I know this isn't necessarily to this project, but I'm just going to make a statement, and I struggled with this because it's like, procedurally, I understand legally that this is the step. These are steps in the process, and anything can stop to a certain extent depending on what the situation is and what's found. But I'm just making sure it's going to go to regional planning first. Is that kind of its next step, is to go to regional planning for conformance?
The aspect of the master plan change, if you were to approve that, that will go for conformance review. The regulatory zone map would not go to things. So item 1, the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt amendments to the master plan, that goes up for conformance review. Item 2, the Planning Commission's recommendation to adopt an amendment to the regulatory zone map, that decision is yours and yours alone. But as you say, this board is making a decision on whether or not you believe, as a matter of policy, you think the master plan should be changed. That's going to be reflected if it goes for conformance review to regional.
And I know this is a speculative question, but why would it not go to regional planning and then come back on the regulatory zone? What's the logic behind that? I'm just asking. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
That's probably a question for Ms. Mullen.
Okay.
But the issue becomes with the way the law is set up. Regional deals with the master plan, the big scope of the issues.
Yes, I'm
the
familiar.
regulatory zones are exclusively the province of this board in setting its own parameters of planning. And I probably butchered that, but I think Ms. Mullen can probably speak to that a little bit more articulate than I could.
Thank you. I think it's important that we understand that distinction, because there is 2 distinctions here. So thank you.
Kelly Mullen, Washoe County Planning and Building Division Director. I'm embarrassed to have to ask you to repeat the question.
Oh, I'm wondering, the first part of this that's before us the next step, so to speak, is to go to the regional planning to ensure conformance for the regional big picture master plan and that conformance. And then there's also a component in terms of the regulatory zone amendment findings, and I'm just wondering why are they both happening at the same time? I'm just trying to understand that.
Thank you for the question. So that's essentially standard practice when we get applications for both the master plan change and the zone change, that we do make that zone change subject to approval at the regional planning board. And if they should choose to not authorize that master plan change, then essentially that zone change would die at that time.
Thank you for that clarification. I think that's important because if it moves forward and regional does go through their legal process and they find whatever they find, if they do find that it doesn't conform, then the action on the regulatory side would be moot? Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay, just confirming that. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I mean, I feel like as a community, as a country, we're going through a lot of changes, and we're trying to figure out how we're going to evolve as a community. And I feel like we as a board have discussed the housing crisis and how we need to do more, and we've done a lot as far as changing our zoning. And I think that there's been some frustration from the time that I started on this board of this particular area where it seems like a great area to have the increased densities. And so that's where I'm at. I can meet the findings. I agree with the staff and planning commission, but I will toss it down the line. Commissioner Garcia.
Okay. Well, I cannot make the findings, and I really did stick to the findings, and I respect staff and I respect the applicant. I'll start with the yeses. So if we look at the master plan amendment, I was able to find 2 findings, so I'll start with those. So yes, it's consistent with the master plan. I pulled it up on page 128. You know, it's labeled suburban, but in the master plan, it clearly says it's mixed residential densities that are allowable in Sun Valley. So I made the finding yes there. I found that we do have the available facilities based on the GID's commitment for water and sewer. So those are pretty easy for me to find. I really struggled with compatible land use. So as you know, the majority of Sun Valley is suburban residential. And so the surface streets on these orange areas are already struggling with that existing zoning that has historically been there. So we're talking about narrow roads, ditches and culverts, limited lighting, and I do believe that the increased density in this particular case will have adverse safety and welfare effects. So I could not find the compatible land use item. And then moving down to response to changed conditions. So to your point, Chair Hill, you know, there is a big push for affordable housing, but I do believe Sun Valley has delivered or is proposed to deliver in that regard. So we've got the Ridge on First Ave that just put up 195 units that's adjacent to this property. That's online, and they're filling those units as we speak. Chocolate Drive is proposing 240 just up the road. And so it kind of creates this like L shape right there. So right in the southwestern side of the valley that butts up to open space and a mountain, essentially, it's already creating a tremendous amount of density in a concentrated area. And not to mention, because we're not here to discuss other jurisdictions, but City of Reno just approved 400 plus units on Dandini with no maximum density. We've got other overarching conditions that are happening in the valley. You know, we all know that 395 has construction happening. Pyramid Highway has construction happening. People are bypassing through the valley. This is a temporary thing, but right now it feels like no end in sight. So the increased congestion on that section of Sun Valley Boulevard is tremendous. being on the RTC board, been fighting at the federal level for funding to come in to do the infrastructure improvements along Sun Valley Boulevard. That's coming. Hopefully, we've got a grant that we're submitting right now, but that's looking at $88 million project. Infrastructure is coming. I have my fingers crossed, but it's not here yet. We've got Five Ridges, which is Sparks jurisdiction, that made pretty big waves up on the Highland Ranch area, creating congestion going into Spanish Springs. And then we've got the unknown of Reno down by Scottsdale. There's an open land right there at that intersection. And so the changing conditions, I think, have not played in your favor, unfortunately. I think the timing, if you would have been 2 years ago, and you're welcome to answer or address anything that I said. So, and then moving on to desire to pattern growth, I could not find this fighting either. We have the existing suburban residential, and I think that is the appropriate zoning for this area. And as I mentioned earlier, we've got this high concentration that's just putting more and more pressure on these county roads that we back up to mountains, so it's not like the traffic can fan out over large city parcels and take creative routes to get there. It's really First Ave, Second Ave, and then your back is up against the mountain. And so I just feel like it's posing more safety concerns because it's not like we have great sidewalks and street lights. These are county roads. And the first conversation I had with the principal at Lois Allen, who was there before this existing one, was, I'm scared that my students are walking to school in the ditches and culverts. And so that's the reality of the area, and I just had to put those things on the record. Again, I'm not opposed to increased density. I happen to live in urban residential, not too far from this, so I love the product that I bought and moved into. It's not that I have a bias against that. I just feel like that particular area is making it difficult for me to find the findings on the master plan amendment. So I welcome if I have misinformation, please, I'd love to hear your thoughts and address any of those questions or concerns I had, Chris.
Do you want the applicant to?
Yeah, I'd
Come on
welcome
up.
that.
Chris Baker here on behalf of the applicant. Can I actually have my PowerPoint queued up? I think that might help a little bit. It sounds like infrastructure and change in use are kind of hurdles here.
Yeah.
Obviously, throughout the process, it was a lengthy process. We did have a voluntary neighborhood meeting. We did also volunteer to go to the CAB, which Commissioner Garcia, I know you were at attendance virtually. There was a lot of public comment. So kind of going through this, maybe presentation might help you understand kind of the big picture and the thought process behind this. And hopefully, like staff and the Planning Commission, lean towards making those findings. Okay. That one's not mine. That's staff's.
Unless you work for the county now. Nope.
So close.
Applicant, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that looks familiar. I'm going to kind of zip through this and try to focus specifically on some of the findings that it seems to be a struggle to make. So I think everyone's familiar with the location adjacent to the existing elementary school, Lois Allen. That's First Street on the north, or on the south, and Second Street on the north. Mm-hmm. Again, just kind of a redundant slide here. Existing land use designations, suburban residential and medium density suburban. There is an existing approval, which was approved in '22 for 48 residential single-family lots.
Yeah.
Since then, a lot of stuff has happened. So when we're talking about change in use, I want to talk about change in use, not project-specific, but from a land use perspective. So when we're talking land use, we're at a 10-year plan, minimum. You guys know how often you guys redo your master plan. So a lot of these findings aren't actually what's currently on the ground. They're what's planned to be in place. That's very important for finding 4. It's not what's in place now. So if your master plan doesn't match regional's, 2040, 2050 plan, they're planning in a vacuum. So they're anticipating future growth. And if you guys don't generally keep up, they're not going to have funding for any of these things. So when we're doing this, we're trying to mirror things. So when we're looking at findings, we're looking at the very important part of plan to be in place, not currently in place. So this approval will not, you say there's no project, that's true. And there may not be a project until there's adequate infrastructure in place. But if we don't keep up with, lack of a better term, changing colors on a map, there's no point in planning. Okay, so, well, this is not a new one. Let's see here. So speaking of that, area changes. So on the left here, again, we have, from 22, we have existing 48 residential, single-family detached lots. What has happened, I don't know if I've got pointer capabilities, but no. Chocolate Drive actually has gone through and did a master plan amendment and zoning map amendment that this board approved. So they went from 3 dwelling units to the acre, just like this, to a minimum of 21 dwelling units to the acre. The property that you also mentioned immediately to the east of the school also went through from a public facility zone, also up to 21 dwelling units to the acre. And then you also mentioned the City of Reno property to the south. That's actually uncapped density, but I think there's about 400 residential units that are in process right now. So when we're talking about changes to the area, we're actually specifically talking about this. Colors on a map have been changed, and now our puzzle piece doesn't fit anymore. So the burden falls on, if we were to try to move forward, even though from a financial standpoint, that 48 units is tough to pencil now, knowing that the planned use is apartments to one side, the existing use is apartments to another side, and then the future use on the north now is apartments, which all before, that was not the case. So we have this donut hole where now we're supposed to try to continue with our existing development plans, whereas the county, this board, specifically changed everything around us, which makes that nearly impossible. And if it wasn't, we wouldn't be here. When we're talking about plan to be in place, so what you see as recently, we met with RTC quite a bit on this. Before the conceptual alignment for the extension to 395 actually went right through the property. Again, these are very conceptual. So conceptual, they didn't realize that they were going through private property. There's public property immediately to the west. So they actually modified their transportation plan as recently as September based on the conversations that we had, because they see the increased density as an allowance to provide these access points. If there's not density there, the funding, again, isn't really going to follow. I mean, here's my take on the findings, which I think staff concurs, the report supports. And the Planning Commission also found these findings. So I kind of want to go back to other infrastructure. So you said you had no issue with the GIDs. We did a discovery, and it was based on a conceptual plan. This is also in a HUD designated area, which it actually is one of the last undeveloped parcels that is available for federal subsidies. I know this board's goal is to have affordable housing. Not being able to approve an increase in density in an area that the government has identified as appropriate for density, and the transportation plans, your previous record of approvals in the surrounding properties, again, I think it's going to be difficult to achieve some of the goals that I've heard this board speak of without agreeing with staff and agreeing with Planning Commission's findings. So hopefully that gets you a little closer. I'm going to kind of defer my time to answer any questions you may have. But again, I want to focus more on it's not in place currently. Very important is planned to be in place. And all of the plans that support this are actually all out there. So we're just trying to keep up. Thank you.
I remember when the Chocolate Drive project came before our board, which I think just Vice Chair and I were here for that. And it was controversial because Reno and Sparks, we had heard, weren't excited about us having the increased densities. And so there were a lot of negotiations happening. And now I think we're seeing like a planning through a new lens. And I think there was a bias about the county, whether we should or shouldn't have densities. And I hear you on the roads. I hear you on the county roads. I agree with you. I also think that the way that we are set up structurally to fix those things, which we should. I grew up with culverts and ditches in my neighborhood as well. And it's, when you have high traffic areas, that's not safe for kids, and we know that. We discussed that at length at RTC. I just think that we've got to think about how are we going to make sure that we can fix those issues, and without the property tax, honestly, it's going to be really tough to do, and without the densities, we're not going to have. It's not going to be as easy to get the public transportation online, and it's going to be harder to get the federal grants in the long term, because I think they look at those densities when they're granting us these things. And again, this is not my district, so I feel awkward. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm not trying to go against your wishes, but this is just how I feel, and how I not just feel. I feel like I don't know. I want to make sure that when I talk about how I want housing online, that I try to follow that path, although structurally we've got some things in the state that are really hard for us to tell even residents, we're going to take care of this for you in the long run because of the way that we're set up. And so that's neither here nor there. I just want to make it clear kind of where I'm standing with this and why I'm going to probably go against what the rest of the board. I'm not sure, but we'll find out. So that's where I'm at. But it seems like Commissioner Clark, were you okay? Commissioner Andriola.
Thank you. I concur with most of what you said.
Fair enough.
We won't
have
go
some
into
disagreements
everything,
there.
but I will say that it's unfortunate, for instance, the item that got pulled today, which was special improvement districts and identifying ways to put infrastructure first. That, I worked, and staff I know have worked really hard. Communities worked hard on that for the last year and a half, if not longer. And so it's a struggle for me because I do believe that housing is a priority. I think attainable housing is a priority, not just for Washoe County, but for the state, if not all jurisdictions, if not the nation. So I do think your point about, I was not aware, so thank you for pointing out. And I don't remember, maybe I didn't rewind it. Maybe I should have rewind that Planning Commission 3 times that HUD had actually identified that particular parcel. I don't remember that being brought up, and I think that's an important point. I think the fact that your point of things changed, even though there are 48 units that you could essentially, build right now, and you're trying to expand that. I do think that I really pride myself consistently on following the law and following the process that we are put into place in the quasi-judicial seat that we sit in these matters. I think it was really helpful for the clarification on the regulatory zone, that it will become moot if in fact regional planning finds something that isn't conforming with their master plan. And I think that there does give a lot of assurance that regional planning, Dr. Smith and his team definitely are the best in the best in our region. And I think they are well equipped to go through making sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And so I am going to support this project.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I just?
It's not a project.
Just add a
Let me
point. Yeah,
clarify, it's not a project.
Yes.
Master
I
plan
think
It's
on that-
not a project.
One step was actually not specifically described. So in the planning process, so we're in for the master plan amendment and the regulatory zone amendment. The master plan amendment does go forward to regional. Again, there isn't a project, but so much so that any future project will require a special use permit.
Right.
Which,
Come back
Commissioner
to-
Garcia, to your point, the finding is different then.
Yeah.
So the finding is not planned to be in place. That's not colors on a map. That's actual trips. That's faucets, that's toilets, that's trips, actually on the roads. So again, that is something that would have to be required to come back in front of Planning Commission to be approved. And those findings are they actually compatible with the existing uses, and is the infrastructure in place, not planned to be in place? We've determined that water and sewers is currently in place, but at this stage, the traffic hasn't been analyzed. It's not, from a project-specific standpoint, it's not required to be analyzed. We actually went and took it upon ourselves, because we knew traffic was going to be a concern, to just analyze 2nd Street, because we know that this board had approved an increase in trips via Chocolate Drive on 2nd Street, and that was going to be the front door. So we wouldn't have brought this forward if 2nd Street wasn't going to work. So we analyzed that. We took that upon ourselves. But the region as a whole, that will have to be analyzed with any project-specific approval, and we're just not there yet. But that's a finding that has to be made. And truthfully, at this point, without a traffic study, I feel that's where this commission is struggling. But that's not a finding for today. That's a finding for any future project. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else on this side? Not seeing anyone. Okay, Commissioner Garcia, do you have anything else? Vice Chair Herman, do you have anything? Okay. Great. And we already did public comment, correct, Madam Clerk? No public comment?
There's nobody signed in. I just had an email.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I will try, as your chair, to make a motion. We'll see if it goes anywhere. Okay. Okay, so move to adopt Master Plan Amendment Case WMPA 25-0005 and amendment to the Master Plan, the Sun Valley Master Plan Land Use Map, and as outlined in the staff report, and move to adopt, subject to final approval of the master plan amendment and findings of conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan Regulatory Zone Amendment Case WRZA 25-0006 as outlined in the staff report. And does that work, DA Large?
There's a third one.
Okay.
And move to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution contained as attachment C to the staff report to initiate an amendment to 2024 Truckee Meadows Regional Plan to change the designation of subject parcels from Tier 3 to Tier 2.
Second. Okay, thank you. So I made the motion, the vice chair made the second, and thank you, DA Large, for helping me through. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
And, okay, motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Garcia as a no. Okay. I did not even read that right, so there we go. Thank you very much. We'll see how that goes in regional planning, and we'll continue to work on these issues. Thank you. Okay, we are now going to move into our next public hearing, item 16, and if Manager Thomas can help us with that.
Thank you. This is Madam Clerk's second reading.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
If adopted, or if passed, this will be ordinance number 1752, which amends Washoe County Code, Chapter 110, Development Code, to establish standards for permanent employee housing in the high desert planning area and provide for increased density in the general rural GR regulatory zone with approval of a special use permit.
Thank you very much. And do we need a staff presentation? Do y'all need a staff presentation? No. Okay, great. Is there any board comment before I open it up to public comment? And it looks like Madam Clerk, public comment.
We have Elizabeth Gambrell in Gerlach.
Mayor, Elizabeth Gambrell, Gerlach, Nevada, for the record, and thank you for spending so much time in Gerlach today.
Our pleasure.
We had a lot of things to get accomplished, and so far it's been going really well. This particular change to the high desert and planning areas will enable not just the Iverson Ranch, which specifically requested this. It's going to help an awful lot of our ranchers, farmers, and other entrepreneurs possibly move out here by allowing more housing. You have heard about it often and vigorously, how limited housing is out here. And there's been a lot of discussion with planning and special use permits today, and how difficult it is to even get a house built or a trailer moved in. Sometimes it can take up to 2 years to get a new abode out here. So I am saying, yes, we desperately need this, and it's a way of moving us further towards a better future out here if people do not have such a difficult time getting to build places for workers to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gambrell.
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay, any other board comments or questions? I'm not seeing any, so I am looking for, this is a second reading, I am looking for a motion, please. Or I can do it. Are you going to do it? Okay.
See if DA Large is going to allow me just to say I'm going to move to approve the adoption of ordinance number 1752 as presented in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Looking for a second. Thank you, Vice Chair. We have a motion and a second. We've taken public comment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's up on your screen. Thank you. And that motion passes unanimously. Okay. And now our final public hearing, it's the second reading. We'll throw it over to the clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1753, which amends Washoe County Code Chapter 110 Development Code to create standards for small lot and infill development and to modify provisions related to cottage courts, accessory dwelling units, and common open space developments, formerly Bill number 1943.
Thank you very much. Do board members need a presentation on this? No. Okay, great. And any other comments? Seeing none. And Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There is. We have Pat Davison.
Yay, Pat.
For the record, Pat Davison, resident of District 5. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Keep this short and sweet. Let the record reflect, Pat Davison gave a thumbs up. Thank you.
Thank you. If you get the stamp of approval, we feel much better. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay, this is a second reading. We've taken public comment. I'm looking for a motion, and Commissioner Andriola is looking like she's stepping up to the plate.
One more public comment.
Oh, one more public commenter. Come on in.
Oh, goodness.
Mr. Snellgrove.
Dave Snellgrove.
Yeah, when this was the Planning Commission, I was just about as late on that, and actually more late because I truly missed it. I'm here in support of this. I've been here for a number of items with the Iverson Ranch. We were the ones that submitted the DCA that you just heard. There's a lot of talk about housing. I think this is a step in the right direction. Very supportive of this and these types of things to try to get some more affordable housing in appropriate locations. So with that, I encourage you to support this.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks for your service on the Planning Commission. All right, now looking for a motion from Commissioner Andriola.
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve the adoption of ordinance number 1753 as presented in the staff report.
Thank you so much. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have a motion and a second. Any questions on that from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And it's on your screen. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Great work, Kat. Congratulations. Okay, we are done with public hearings. And as your chair, I'm going to open up item 18 and 19 together and just want to say a few words of just take a slight personal detour and just say thank you for letting me be your chair.
I wanted to make a comment too.
Okay, good.
Can I do that?
Go ahead.
I know that there were some rough times at the beginning, but I have never seen anybody learn faster or change over and be such the opposite. I mean, positive and just an amazing chair. So thank you.
I agree. While you're taking that other sip of water, I'll chime in. It was when I first got sworn in, I think those first 6 months were, I mean, it was a very, very difficult time in Washoe County. And you were able to bring that calm and the professionalism and keep us on track and keep things light when it needed to be. And you have a huge heart, and you've just gone above and beyond in your level of dedication and commitment and keeping the ship moving forward. Sometimes we're not all rowing in the same direction, but the ship is always moving forward, and that takes your leadership. And so I know you've had some very difficult days, and even on days where we were getting attacked, you would, make sure to uphold that decorum and hold that high standard so that we could conduct the business of the county. So I commend you for all that strength, that positivity, and helping us move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Andreola.
I'll echo Vice Chair's comments and Commissioner Garcia's comments. It takes a real leader to be able to adjust and to really share with everyone the sentiment that we all equally care deeply about our community. We all do. And the fact that you are, you've grown in ways that I think I'm thinking of Miss Canderas when she retired and shared how much you've grown, and to Vice Chair's point about in such a short period of time. I think that we all can learn a lot from you in terms of being able to handle sometimes the most difficult situation, but treat everyone equally. And that's the growth that I think I've seen. And so kudos to your folks who raised you to be a good person and care, and to really respect that even though we may have differences, and we all do, we do have differences, that everybody's voice counts and everybody's points matter. And we'll work much better together if we recognize that. And so thank you for allowing me to watch that. And so that's, I think, been a gift that maybe you didn't intend to give, but I think that you did, and thank you. Thank you for giving that gift to all of us.
I didn't know I'd be emotional, so I'm sorry, but it's been a joy. So thank you for letting me serve. Yes, Commissioner Clark, go ahead.
Sure. I just want to say thank you. I think there's been a vast improvement around here in the certainly since June, and I appreciate what's taken place in the interim. And I haven't been gavelled down in months, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I think we're all getting along as much as we can because we're here to serve the people and not for ourselves. And I'm really excited about the future of the county, so I'm sorry. I'm only crying because I'm just happy. It's happiness. And I'm just excited for new leadership at the county. We have a new county manager, and we have a new DA, and I'm just really excited about 2026. And I promised myself I'd never cry at this dais, and I'm so sorry. I can't believe I'm doing this. Anyway, I would like to recommend as chair and vice chair, Chair Commissioner Andreola and Vice Chair Commissioner Garcia. I'm really excited about new leadership. It's been a joy to serve. And I'm happy to take comments. That's in the form of a motion. Any other comments from the board? Vice Chair Herman?
I'd second that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We have a motion and a second. And any other comments from the board? All right. Yes.
I would also like to take a moment to thank my amazing vice chair to my right, my colleague. It's been an honor to be able to sit next to you and get to know you over the years, and your institutional knowledge and the heart that you have for the county and serving the people. You've been a pleasure to work with, and I appreciate your leadership. And one of my favorite things about Vice Chair Herman is when we go to NACO, she's just gone. She's like zipping around and networking. And that's when I really realized, I was like, wow, this woman has a lot of fire in her belly and she's got a lot of energy. And I just really respect you a tremendous amount. And thank you for all this years of service. And I'm looking forward to finishing out this year strong. So thank you for everything, Chair Herman.
I've loved serving with you. Thank you. Thank you for your commitment. Yeah, you're in it for the right reasons. I know that. All right.
I've got another comment.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
I've requested, and I've talked to the county manager about this. I'd like some history on why and what caused the chair's position to be extended from 1 year to 2 years. And I think in the future, we should revert back to what's been common practice in this county for a number of years, to have the chair just serve for one term. If we have a chair serving for two-year term, and there's little likelihood that anyone else will ever get the position of chair in their elected cycle. If they're here for 2 years, there's 5 members on the board. If each chair gets 2 years, then other folks will never get a chance to be the chair. And as I said earlier in my commissioner comments earlier, it isn't about who's sitting in the chair, it's what district they represent, which citizens of the county. So if we have a 2-year term and that continues that way, there'll be times when somebody could be a commissioner could be 2 elected cycles and still may never be the chair. So I think we need to go back and analyze why it was moved from 1 year to 2 years. And I think that part of this a new movement that we're looking at here, spirit of cooperation, that we should move the chair's position to be 1 year and 1 year only. They could certainly be reelected, but I don't think the term should be 2 years. So if somebody wants to reelect someone time after time, I'm all for that. That's the election process. But just to have a mandatory 2-year position, I don't agree with. So I'd like to see that as a future agenda item. And I'd like to be that to be retroactive if indeed that goes forward as a 1 year. So how can we elect somebody now for a 2-year term and then retroactively change that back to a 1 year? Can you explain that to either the county manager or the DA's office, please?
Thank you, Commissioner Clark, through the chair to you. The Board of County Commission Rules of Procedure, Section 5.3.1, outline the 2-year term. The change was made in 2021, I believe.
January 2021.
January of 2021, to be specific. Thank you, DA Large. We can certainly bring back, as you're aware, we've been looking at some additional changes or modifications, refinements to those rules. We can bring that back if you would like, for the board to entertain as part of a package to look through the rules of procedure. But as far as why it was done was a previous board. I mean, Commissioner Herman and Vice Chair Herman, you were there. So retroactive, I'll let the DA talk to. But we would have to bring that back under the rules of procedure as a procedural change.
Sure. So let me do a follow-up with that. What exact meeting, what was the date of the meeting? Can I get a copy of that? And I would like to go back and review that and hear what the discussion was at the time of what took place when that happened.
It was Michael Large, for the record, for the District Attorney's Office. It was January 13th, 2021 was when that motion was made. Much of the discussion was in terms of the 2-year term, and this is, I'm basing this basically on the Madison AI spit it out, but I believe it had a lot to do with legislative sessions happening every 2 years and the change in leadership before legislative session. This board's purview is to set its own rules of procedure if you want to modify it, even retroactively, in terms of that a chair serves for 1 year and 1 year only, with no automatic ascension from the vice chair, because I believe that was how it used to be. So the vice chair automatically ascended to the chairmanship, or traditionally had been done. Obviously, this board has you guys set your own rules, so we can modify this, and we can put that on an agenda item in the future.
Very well, thank you.
Great, we'll bring our rules and procedures back.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I also want to take a moment just to say that Commissioner Herman, you have certainly also, I think, exhibited an amazing commitment. You've proven your commitment. It's unwavering. It really is. It's unwavering in terms of your consistency and the caring of the folks that you represent. And I think you should be, to be honest with you, honored in that regard, because, I've worked with you prior to coming here a little bit, and I think that you've always been a listener and fair and really cared. And so I just wanted to thank you.
As Commissioner or Vice Chair Herman and I have discussed, it's not really what seat you're in on how you can lead. That's not what leadership is about. So, don't worry. We're going to still be in different seats and leading in our own way, right, Vice Chair? Yeah. Okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Yes?
Public comment.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
There is no public comment for either item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, DA Large. All right. A motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And does the chair now lead into item 20? Is that what we do?
If you would like, we can certainly do that. We weren't going to switch seats at this meeting. We were going to make it effective following this meeting, so that starting, say, tomorrow morning at the 2:50 event.
So I'll sign the docs today,
Yes,
and then,
please.
okay.
That'd be cleanest.
I was going to bring up the signing of the dots for the documents need to make it official. So.
Okay. All right. I'll do the last three
last
items.
hurrah, yes.
Yes. Okay. Item 20, Manager Thomas.
Thank you. Your final public comment is comment heard under this item limited to 3 minutes per person. It may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. Unused time may not be allocated to other speakers, and please make your comments to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
There's nobody signed in.
Thank you. Now, item 21, Manager Thomas.
This is your final commissioners and county managers announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commission updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
Thank you very much. Nothing else from you. Vice Chair Herman, anything? Okay. Commissioner Garcia.
Just wanted to say thank you to my fellow commissioners for a great meeting. We had a lot of big stuff, heavy stuff, and again, thank you to our chair and our vice chair for their tremendous leadership. And I'd like to keep the same chair I'm in, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm very comfy over here. I like sitting next to Herman, so that's my only request.
I'm stealing Andriola's chair. Yeah, I'm sitting next to Clark.
Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Andriola.
I'll echo Commissioner Garcia's sentiment, and I also want to thank everyone for a unanimous vote. So I'm going to try not to get emotional either, but thank you. It means a lot. And for Commissioner Garcia, I look forward to working with you, and I guess I can pick Commissioner Hill's brain a little bit in terms of a transition, and certainly welcome any insight, Commissioner Herman, as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, I have just a couple of more items that I'd like some information on. Since the safe parking program started, how many people have taken advantage of the 6 parking spots? How long are they staying, and how many people are in the car, and how do we identify the secondary passengers? And again, why was our place chosen as the pilot location? I'd like that information, please. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you
all I
very
have.
much.
Congratulations to the new chair and good work with working with you. And I look
Thank
forward to
you.
having you move over to this side for a while.
Yeah, hey-o. It's going to be fun, a great year. Okay, I don't have any comments, so thank you, everyone, for an amazing meeting. It's 2:38. We are adjourned.